Hello. Ready unda?
So that was a very challenging time for me. Articles of any and I feel I will get much better in not Hindi also English and then Hindi and then Telugu. But I'm proud of being the Dalit.
मुझे वो चैलेंज किसी तरह से कोई लोग बोले या ऐसा नहीं आएगा.
I think welcome to all. This meeting is a celebration of 75 years Indian Constitution. In the context of, on behalf of Center for Dalit Studies, Indian Dalit Coalition, Ambedkar Democratic Front Kerala, People's Campaign for Socio-Economic Equity, Dalit Bahujan Front. Now, programs. Sir, I am cordially invited on the dais. Kaki Madhava will preside this inaugural session. Inaugural address. He was Professor Emeritus in Institute for Development Communication, Chandigarh. I invite Dr. Sekhar Vundru, Additional Chief Secretary, Haryana. Civil rights defender, our beloved intellectual scholar, Professor Argopal Garu, to come on today. And my friend, brother, former chairman of Higher Education of Council for Higher Education, Telangana, Prof.R.Limbadri. Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad. He will come join with us in 5-10 minutes. Professor D.N. Reddy Garu, please. He is on next session, but I am inviting to sit here. Professor D.N. Reddy Garu, former teacher in Hyderabad Central University. Ramchandra Murthy also. Please come. He are also in another session, but this is the inaugural session. We are inviting our next we have to be garlanding to Baba Saheb Ambedkar and tribute. Sangapali to come on dais. Sangapali, please. And Vimla ji. Vimla ji, please.
Sir, please.
जय भीम
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 Ready, madam? Look here.
Sir, it is Limbadri.
Sir, I invite Ambujakshan, Geetanandji, then Kuldeep, both. Please come, please come. Don't Dinesh Chandraji, please. Rural tribute, sir, please come.
Sir, slogans, please.
जोहार डॉक्टर बी आर अम्बेडकर जोहार डॉक्टर बी आर अम्बेडकर जय भीम जय भीम जय भीम जय भीम जय भीम जय संविधान जय संविधान जय संविधान जय संविधान
ये प्रयास this initiative started at 2024 November 26th at Hyderabad. We had a 75 year celebrations. From that onward, we thought that we can continue. That 75 lectures without any diversion, without any break. Completed 75 lectures 1 month, 1.5 months back. Then decided to have a concluding session in Hyderabad, January 26, 2026. One day before 25, 2 days, we thought that this seminar should be held. Because of that, we invited people. We extended our invitation भेज दिया है. हम ये समय में अभी कन्वेंस और ज़्यादा देर और ज़्यादा भी नहीं किसी किया, इसलिए कोई लोग आने का तो तकलीफ है, इसलिए वो नया आया. मैं बहुत संतोष है बिकॉज आपके कन्वेंस से घर से इधर तक आ गए. वेलकम टू ऑल. दिस इज आई थिंक वन ऑफ द एक्सपेरिमेंट मीटिंग. कभी भी बुला ये मीटिंग हो रहा है. ये कितना आदमी आया, कितना आदमी, संविधान का प्रोटेक्शन करना, संविधान का रक्षा करना, संविधान के साथ हम काम करना, ये इस समय में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. गुजरात, हरियाणा, हिमाचल प्रदेश, दिल्ली, बंगाल, केरला, आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, तो पूरा 8-9 राज्यों से आ गया है. आपको पूरा स्वागत है. ये संविधान का हम क्या करना, कैसा करना, कैसा आगे चलना, क्या क्या इश्यूज में हम संविधान को जोड़ना है, संविधान के वो ताकत से हम लोगों से काम करना है, ये पूरा हम ये 2 दिन डिस्कस करने के. आपका सामने वो शेड्यूल आएगा, वो प्रोग्राम 2 दिन का. और 27 को विश्व प्रेमी जी ने एक प्रस्ताव रखा था. हम लोग आर नेशन इधर आए, आर नेशंस के एक साथ बैठ के हम फ्यूचर क्या काम करना है, वो केवल संविधान के बात नहीं है, और दलितों का, गरीबों का, आदिवासियों का काम क्या काम करने का है, क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है, वो भी डिस्कस करने के. वो 27 मॉर्निंग में वो मीटिंग भी है. इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा. ये और 75 लेक्चर्स का नाम कौन काम हो गए. आई हैंड ओवर टू काकी माधवराव गारू. आई थिंक प्लीज कंटिन्यू दिस मीटिंग. थैंक यू वेरी मच. I welcome to he is willing to stay there. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Laxmaiah garu. Okay, I request the chief guest, Professor Ronki Ram, to deliver his inaugural address.
Thank you very much. When Laxmaiah was speaking in Hindi, I thought I should also come in between to this language, because some of them may not be having comfortable in English. So I will keep speaking in Hindi and in English. First of all, let me put to record my sincere thanks to my friend Sekhar ji, who ordered me to accompany him in this program. I have no choice. He said that we have Laxmaiah ji, who is organizing the program. It is there, we have to go. So this was only 2 days before that we have. So I'm really happy to meet Kaki Madhava ji, a sad fellow, Limbadri ji, Professor Gopal, to whom I have long associations. Going back to the 80s, when I was doing my MPhil in Panjab University, Chandigarh, and he is a frequent, academic visitor to the North India, and he is loved by, and Sudheer Babu ji, IPS officer of this. So I prepared my inaugural address, which I'm going to share with you, is contemporary of the similar movement in South India, the Adi Andhra, Adi Dravida, Adi Karnataka. These are called Adi movements. They have their origin in alternative program which was given by Jyotiba Phule, the Mughal Nivasi, because he was the one who gave further classification within Shudras, Ati Shudras. And these Ati Shudras are Bahujan, and the Mughal Nivasi, and the Adi. Adi means the original, not the ancient, the original people of this land, who consider themselves as the kings. So that movement took shape at a time when the other various movements were taking place. In Punjab, like Ahmadiyya movement, or the Hindu Mahasabha, or the Singh Sabha in Punjab, or Justice Party, different movements. Because you might recollect that Hindi mein, okay. So ये जो सभी मूवमेंट थे, जब सभी मूवमेंट उस वक्त शुरू हुई जब ब्रिटिश सरकार ये सोच रही थी, क्योंकि 1857 के बाद उनको लगा कि जहाँ पर रिवोल्ट हो जाएगा, तो सोचा गया कि किसी भी तरीके से इस देश में थोड़ा सा लोकतंत्र जो हम इंट्रोड्यूस करने जा रहे हैं, ये आपका ही है, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र की आड़ में, इन द गार्ब ऑफ लोकतंत्र, दे वांटेड टू कंटिन्यू देयर डिक्टेटोरियल रिजीम. तो उन्होंने जो सोचा कि ऐसा किया जाए, तो उस वक्त जब बात शुरू हुई कि हम एक वोट की बात करेंगे, हम कुछ लोगों को वोट का राइट देंगे, वो लोग अपनी वोट डालकर अपने रिप्रेजेंटेटिव चुनेंगे, वो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जो होंगे वो हमें लोगों को रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे, हम उनकी बात मानकर कानून वगैरह बनाएंगे. दैट वाज द पर्पस. तो उस वक्त थ्रू आउट इंडिया, साउथ इंडिया, नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया, फर्स्ट टाइम शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट, उस वक्त अभी शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट टर्म नहीं आई थी, उस वक्त डिप्रेस्ड क्लासेस होती थी टर्म, जहाँ पर अछूत होती थी, यह टर्म जो शूद्र होता था, उस वक्त अभी तक ये टर्म हरिजन भी नहीं आई थी, जिसको बाबा साहब डॉक्टर बी आर अम्बेडकर ने कंडेम किया था कि वी आर द सन ऑफ गॉड, हरिजन है तो आप किसके जाने हैं. तो ही वॉज नॉट एग्रीइंग विद हरिजन. तो अभी तक उस वक्त हरिजन शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं आया था, डिप्रेस्ड क्लासेस थी, जिसको लेकर बाबा साहब ने मीटिंगें की थी. तो जब ये पता लगा कि इंडिया में आने वाले समय में लोकतंत्र में लोगों की शमूलियत होगी, तो पहली बार दलित लोगों ने सोचा कि हमारी भी संख्या तो है,
कहीं पर हम 22% है, कहीं पर हम 18% है, जैसे बंगाल में ज़्यादा है, पंजाब में ज़्यादा थे। तो हम भी क्यों ना अपने आप को ऑर्गेनाइज करें। उस वक्त साउथ इंडिया में आदि मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ, जिसके बारे में गेलो ओम्बट ने बहुत अच्छा लिखा है, कंचा लैया ने भी उसका, और गोपाल प्रोफेसर गोपाल ने भी दिया है। पंजाब में ये जो मूवमेंट हुई, जो मेरी जहाँ से मैंने शुरू किया काम करने, एक प्रोफेसर है, प्रोफेसर मार्क जुर्गेनसमेयर। ही रिटायर्ड फ्रॉम सांता बारबरा यूनिवर्सिटी। वो लेट 60s में, जो अर्ली 60s में सॉरी, पंजाब में आए थे। ही टॉट 1 ईयर इन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी। एट दैट टाइम वो ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट थे, पीएचडी कर रहे थे। तो उसने जो टॉपिक चुना था, वो टॉपिक चुना था आधर्म मूवमेंट ऑफ पंजाब। ये बड़ी बात है। तो मार्क जुर्गेनसमेयर ने 80s में रिलीजियस रिबल्स ऑफ पंजाब नाम की किताब निकाली थी। मार्क ने उसके बाद बड़ा काम किया है ऑन टेररिज्म, बड़ा काम किया ऑन साउथ एशिया पे। लेकिन if he has that image of a great scholar that emanated from his field work which he done on Punjab आधर्म, तो मैंने पीएचडी किया जेएनयू से, वहाँ पर मैंने पढ़ाया एज ए रिसर्च एसोसिएट। तो जब पंजाब में आया तो भाई उस वक्त जेएनयू में मेरे को नहीं पता था। आई वाज इन जेएनयू फ्रॉम 86 to 95. I didn't know about this movement, nor I know anything about the Adi movements. Kaki, so how much time I would have? Because professors have the habit to keep on lecturing. Okay. Please let me know. Stop. I will stop there only. So at that time I did not have any idea about the other movement. So when I came to Panjab University, because there we both have the same level of international relations department which we had in GNU. So I was thinking to what to do. I started teaching there a course on conflict resolution and peace studies, because that I did it. Books in the library, I got hold of this book, Religious Rebels of Punjab. ये किताब जब मैंने पढ़ा तो मेरे को लगा कि ये तो कमाल की बात है कि ऐसा मूवमेंट था। मैंने इमीडिएटली नेक्स्ट डे आई बैक टू माई होम, बिकॉज माई घर जो था, मेरा गांव है, उसी जगह के बीच में है जहाँ ये मूवमेंट हुई थी। तो मैंने अपने फादर को, गांव के लोगों से पूछा कि ऐसा बोलते नाम तो सुना है पर इसके बारे में ज़्यादा पता नहीं है। आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड कि लोगों को नहीं पता कि 1925 में मूवमेंट हुआ था, अभी 1996 है, कितने साल हो गए हैं। तो इस बंदे ने तो कितने लोगों के इंटरव्यू लिया है, सैकड़ों बंदे का नाम है। तो मेरे को लगा कि ये बंदा उस वक्त इंटरव्यू ले रहा था तो इसको पंजाबी कैसे आती होगी, क्योंकि ये तो टिपिकली पंजाबी स्पीकिंग रीजन है। वो इतना कुछ लिख दिया है, इट वाज माइंड बॉगलिंग। इफ यू रीड द बुक मार्क जुर्गेनसमेयर रिलीजियस रेबल्स ऑफ पंजाब, रीड इट। AmbedkarTimes.com एंड देश दोपा, 2 पेपर्स है कैलिफोर्निया ने। अभी उसके चीफ एडिटर इन चीफ प्रेम कुमार चुंबर, he has taken permission from Professor Mark Jugnusmeer to translate that book into Punjabi. अभी शायद वो लाइव प्रोग्राम देख रहे होंगे। उसने मेरे को रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि राजशेखर से बोलना कि ये पूरा प्रोग्राम मेरे को लाइव बता दे। आई वांट टू पुट इट ऑन अमेरिका, यू नो, अमेरिका टाइम्स एंड देशदोपा.com। सो मैंने जो किताब पढ़ा, मेरे को लगा कि बाद में सभी बात बाद में करेंगे, पहले जो लोग जिंदा है, जिसको उसने इंटरव्यू किया था 60s में, उनसे मिल लेता हूँ। तो मैंने वो लिस्ट ढूंढा, लोगों को ढूंढा। तो जब मैंने शुरू किया, मेरे को 10-12 लोग मिल गए। वो किस एज में थे? 99 ईयर्स ऑफ एज। उनमें से एक जिसका नाम था, वो था ID पवार, ईश्वर दयाल पवार। ईश्वर दयाल पवार, ID पवार was the first PCS officer from the Ravidasiya community and Ronki Ram used to go to him. जब वो PCS officer बना था, उसको छोड़ने के लिए वहाँ पर गए थे लाहौर में, तो उसको बैलगाड़ी पे लेके गए थे कि पहला अफसर बनना था। ये ID पवार ही था जिसने 1950s में पहली बार पंजाब के शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट को पासपोर्ट इशू किए थे, क्योंकि पासपोर्ट नहीं मिलते थे। पासपोर्ट लेने के लिए देयर मस्ट बी सम विटनेस वही दे सकता था जिसके पास लैंड हो। पंजाब के में दलितों के पास लैंड नहीं था, तो कोई जा नहीं पा रहा था। तो जब वो पासपोर्ट ऑफिसर बना उसने तमाम लोगों को स्टैंप लगा के पासपोर्ट दे दिया। तो लक्ष्मैया जी उसके बाद 1950s के बाद जितने लोग पंजाब से भागे वहां से, क्योंकि पंजाब में लोगों के पास पैसा था बाहर जाने के लिए, क्योंकि आज धर्म मूवमेंट को जिस वक्त फाइनेंस करना था वो सेठ किशनदास ने किया था। सेठ किशनदास उस वक्त पंजाब के अमंग द रिचेस्ट पर्सन थे। ही बिलोंग टू ए चमार कास्ट, उसका लेदर का बिजनेस था। आपको याद होगा क्योंकि जब ब्रिटिश सरकार ने पंजाब में वो ये जो आर्मी कंटोनमेंट बनाया, तो सेठ किशनदास ने तब वो बिजनेस को में एंटर किया। आस्ता आस्ता बड़ा पैसा मिला उसको। वो कहता था अंग्रेजों के आने से मेरे को बड़ी मिली है, एक अपलिफ्टमेंट मिली है। तो आर्य धर्म मूवमेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए सेठ किशनदास ने ही सपोर्ट किया था। जिस वक्त पहली बार ऑफिशियल विजिट पे नहीं, पर्सनल विजिट पे शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट फेडरेशन के इनविटेशन पे बाबा साहब भीमराव रामजी अम्बेडकर, एक बात याद रखना, सभी लोग भीमराव कहते हैं, भीमराव नहीं है, भीमराव एक वर्ड है, वो भीम एंड राव अलग अलग लिखते हैं, बड़ी गलती करते हैं। भीमराव राम जी हैं। तो जब भीमराव जी पहली बार शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट फेडरेशन के विजिट पे पंजाब पे आए थे, उनको राजा सांसी अमृतसर जी टिकट राजभोज साथ में थे, माँ जी साथ में थे, भाई बहन। जब वो एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंचे अमृतसर में, जिस गाड़ी में लेके आने था वो गाड़ी थी ब्यूक गाड़ी। वो पंजाब में 2 ही गाड़ी थी। तो सेठ किशनदास ने नई गाड़ी ली थी कि बाबा साहब को गाड़ी में बिठा के लाएंगे। एक बात और बता देता हूँ, जहाँ पर वो लेदर का काम करते थे तो लेदर को तो रंगा जाता है, कलर किया जाता है, पानी में डुबोया जाता है, तो बड़ी स्मेल आती थी। पूटा मंडी, वो पूटा मंडी फेमस मंडी है, उसके ऊपर बहुत सारे आर्टिकल लिखे गए हैं। तो उस इलाके के जो सेठ थे उसने बोला था कि जब पूटा मंडी को शिफ्ट किया जाए, क्योंकि जलंधर शहर आस्ता आस्ता बढ़ रहा था, उस इलाके में भी अमीर लोग आ गए थे। तो सेठ किशनदास को बोला कि आप बताइए कितना पैसा लेना चाहते हैं ताकि आपका जो लेदर बिजनेस है इसको शिफ्ट कर दो। तो सेठ किशनदास ने बोला था, उनको कुछ नहीं बोला, चेक दिया था। बोलता आपकी जितनी भी जहाँ पर प्रॉपर्टी है, जितना पैसा चाहे आप इन चेक्स में लिख के भर दो, मैं खरीद लेता हूँ, मैं जहाँ से नहीं जाऊँगा। दैट वाज रिचनेस ऑफ सेठ किशनदास। तो दलित हमेशा पुअर नहीं थे, वो गरीबी नहीं थे, लैंड बेशक नहीं थी, उनके पास पैसा था। तो उसने आकर मंदिर के लिए पैसा दिया था। उस जगह पे आजकल रविदास स्कूल चल रहा है, सेंट्रल सिखलाई स्कूल चल रहा है जलंधर में, रेलवे स्टेशन के पास है। तो ये जो आर्य मूवमेंट शुरू होना था, तो मंगू राम का उस वक्त मुगवालिया नहीं कहते थे। ये जो मार्क जुर्गेंसमैन की बुक में मुगवालिया नहीं लिखा हो, मुगोवाल उसका गांव था। तो मंगू राम 1909 में अमेरिका गए थे, अमेरिका साहब 1913 में गए थे, 1909 में गए थे। वो अमेरिका क्यों गए थे? वो अमेरिका पढ़ने के लिए नहीं गए थे, अमेरिका साहब पढ़ने के लिए गए थे। मंगू राम वहाँ पर काम करने के लिए गए थे, क्योंकि उसके पिताजी जो थे व्यापार करते थे, वो भी चमड़े का ही काम करते थे, व्यापार करते थे। उसने मंगू राम को पढ़ाया था कि वो मेरे को ये जो बिल्ट आती है, गाड़ी में जो सामान आता है उसमें जो लिखा होता है पढ़ ले। लेकिन मंगू राम का भी ऐसा ही रहा तजुर्बा जैसे अम्बेडकर जी का स्कूल में था। अम्बेडकर जी तो एक कंटोनमेंट में पढ़ते थे, तो उनको तो अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल गई थी, अच्छी नहीं मतलब फिर भी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा था। मंगू राम को नहीं मिली थी, मंगू राम को स्कूल बीच में छोड़ना पड़ा था। तो उस समय पंजाब में से लोग बाहर जाते थे, इसके पिता के पास पैसा था, जो कहता है मैंने भी जाना है। उस वक्त पासपोर्ट की जरूरत नहीं होती थी। तो 1909 में जे भी चल गया अपने गांव से। तो 1913 में जब बाबा साहब वहां पर थे, उस वक्त बहुत बड़ी हलचल हो रही थी, क्योंकि फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर होने वाला था। जब हलचल हो रही थी तो इंडिया के जो दुआबा के जो लोग थे, वो माइग्रेंट थे, वो वहां पर लंबर फैक्ट्री में काम करते थे, और वहाँ पर वो फील्ड में काम करते थे, फार्म करते थे। जो लोग हिंदी अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते उनके लिए मैं बीच बीच इंग्लिश भी बोल सकता हूँ। अगर सभी लोग हिंदी जो बोल रहा हूँ समझ बोलता रहूँगा, बता दीजिए। अगर चाहे तो आप इंग्लिश बोलूँ बीच में, हिंदी में बोले। अच्छा ठीक।
साउथ इंडिया वाला को मालूम है यार,
इंग्लिश आता है।
वो प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है उधर।
ओके ओके, तो ये जो क्या था कि इस वक्त मंगू राम तो इंडियन लोगों को काम जो था वहां पर खूब मिलता था, जो वहां के तो लोकल जो थे अमेरिका में, कनाडा में, नॉर्थ अमेरिका में, वो चाहते थे अंग्रेजों का वहां पर होल्ड था। जब ये कुछ कहते थे इनको बचाने वाला कोई नहीं था, तो गोरे इनको कहते तुम गुलाम हो। Breakage fast after that. So there was a story that Mangu Ram and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, they got hold of together to fight the independence movement on that account. So Andhra movement, that was a movement. Now Andhra movement gave a new identity to the scheduled caste. लेकिन after some time, जब scheduled caste federation बना, तो उस federation के बाद majority of the people who were with the Andhra movement, including Seth Kishan Das, they joined Baba Sahib. So two parallel movements remained, active in the Punjab, Scheduled Caste Federation and Andhra movement. When Baba Sahib came 1951, 27th, 28th, 29th October 1951, at that time, the biggest, gathering which happened in Jalandhar Bhuta Mandi, that was the result of already Dalit consciousness created since 1920s by the Andhra movement. It was a further taking to the hard level by that movement. And Mangu Ram was very much there. वहाँ पर एक गुरदास राम आलम थे कवि जो आधर्म के साथ जुड़े हुए थे, उसने बहुत अच्छा कविता बोला था। तब उसने अपनी कविता में थ्योरी का जिक्र किया था। मैं हैरान हूँ कि 1951 में अनपढ़ वो लोग एजुकेटेड नहीं थे, उनको कैसे से शब्द थ्योरी का आया। कहते हैं कि बड़ा शोर मचता दलितों के बेड़े, आज कोई आया सवेरे सवेरे, नमा उसका प्रोग्राम, नमा उसकी थ्योरी। उसने लोगों को कील लिया था, मतलब लोगों को मिसमिलाइज कर दिया था उस कविता में। गुरदास राम आलम की कविता थी। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है ये, बहुत बड़ी स्टोरी है ये अपने आप में। ये फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल की स्टोरी है, ये बच्चों को पता होना चाहिए और हमारे जैसे सभी को पता होना चाहिए। उसके ऊपर बड़ा काम होगा। मैंने तो तब से 1997 से ऑनवर्ड अभी तक कितने साल हो गए, 28-30 साल हो गए, तो आई नेवर लुक्ड बैक। आई वर्कड ऑन दिस मूवमेंट एंड दलित पंजाब में यही पे काम किया सभी जगह। सो नाउ दैट मूवमेंट क्रिएटेड an aura that we are also at par with other citizens of this country, and we need to be recognized that. We have to be, because although we have been pushed into cherries or into chamarlis in North India or Thatis or Vedas, our colonies are separate. We have been segregated. Why? We were not given land in the traditional order. Neither the Mughal or the Muslims who ruled for 1,000 years or the British, they did nothing for us. Little bit जहाँ पर हुआ है, and now we have to fight our own struggle, and that struggle to be fought in the name of our separate identity. That identity would get equality with the rest of the people of India. That was your other. इसलिए वो कहते हैं हम बुद्धिस्ट नहीं बनेंगे, हम आधर्मी हैं. तो ये कभी रहा पंजाब में बुद्धिज्म वर्सेस आधर्म. वो कहते थे हम एक ही हैं, वो नहीं है. वो में जन्म हुआ, महाराष्ट्र में वो महार थे, लेकिन जो साथ बाबा साहब का पंजाब ने इन लोगों ने दिया, शायद किसने दिया. आखिरी दम तक नरकचंद रत्तू बाबा साहब के साथ थे, केसू स्लेख साथ थे, और करतार चंद फर्स्ट IAS अफसर बाबा साहब ने था. बिमल राय शास्त्री साहब उनका जो आई ऑल IAS अफसर फ्रॉम पंजाब. पंजाब में IAS बनने का अगर बी बोया गया तो बाबा साहब ने. That was a great thing. So they kept on struggling for that. The idea was to develop a new thing. So that was a Adhar movement, to put the story in a short form. And Adhar movement, after that, more than 75%, people who went abroad, what they did, here Adharm started a new religion. Now the Adharmi in Europe, in North America, they established their own identity while constructing, building Ravidas Bhavans, Ravidas centers, Ravidas deras. So much so that they collected a lot of dollars, euros and pounds. They bought 25 kg gold. That 5 kg 20 gold cast into a pratima of statue of Guru Ravidas. And they sent that statue to Punjab, Dera Balna. From Dera Balna, it was taken on the head to Sirgavardhanpur, the birthplace of Guru Ravidas. And that 25 kg pratima statue of Baba Sahib, of Guru Ravidas is there under CC cameras. You can go to Banaras, you find there. Chowk Lanka banaya gaya, Ravidas gate banaya gaya. So that they created. Now it has become a Mecca of scheduled caste, the Banaras. So whenever they come to India after marrying their daughter and son, they take their newly wed couple to the Sirgavardhanpur, and they organize their every year on death and birth anniversary big festival. I was told by some of the devotees over there, who कहते हैं कि 10 क्विंटल 1000 kg नमक लग जाता है उस लंगर पे जब ये होता है. आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कितने लोग आके खाना खाते होंगे. That's the kid. So I had been to various Dalit, Ravidas Savas abroad. जैसे आदमी को राष्ट्रीय खंड में डिवाइड किया है, ऐसे मैं वहाँ पर न्यूयॉर्क में, टोरंटो में और ब्रम्पटन में सभी जगह पे जाके लोगों से देखता हूँ. लगता है कि एक नया वर्ल्ड है. वहाँ पर 2 ही लोग हैं जहाँ तो गुरुद्वारा में लोग जाते हैं, जहाँ पे रविदास मंदिर में लोग जाते हैं. This was a great. So this movement has become international movement. This is not only confined to Punjab. गेलो मोट ने बड़ा अच्छा लिखा. Then Ellen और ने बड़ा अच्छा लिखा है. She did the first PhD on Ambedkar. So I met her also during the.
or are we looking back? Are we trying to understand? 75 lectures have taken place. They're all on the YouTube. सभी YouTube में दर्शाए गए हैं. 75 किस्म की बातें, 75 एंगल्स. उन सबको लक्ष्मण जी ने हमें आदेश दिए कि कोई किताब के रूप में बदलवा दो. तो 75 लेक्चर्स आपके किताब के रूप में सेंटर फॉर दलित की तरफ से कुछ ही महीनों में हमारे सामने आएगा. एक ये हम ये संकल्प लेके आगे चलते हैं कि ये जो मेहनत सेंटर फॉर दलित और सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में किए हैं उनकी किताब के रूप में आगे ले जाओ. जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बारे में, हमारे संविधान के बारे में हम आगे बातें कर रहे थे, तो नॉर्मली जो शेड्यूल कास्ट और शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स और बैकवर्ड कास्ट, इनमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो रेमेडीज उनको दिया गया है, बाबा साहब एक शब्द यूज करते हैं रेमेडीज, उन बातों में नॉर्मली हमारे सामने आता है आर्टिकल 15 और आर्टिकल 16. क्योंकि आर्टिकल 16 में रिजर्वेशन की प्रावधान किया गया था. आर्टिकल 16(4), तो आर्टिकल 16(4) के आसपास ही सारा मूवमेंट चलता है. क्योंकि आर्टिकल 16(4) आपको एक नौकरी देता है, सरकारी नौकरी. आप जितने भी जजमेंट्स देखेंगे, इंदिरा शादी से शुरू करके चंपाकम वगैरह, जब पहली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट भी उसी की वजह से हुआ, रिजर्वेशन की वजह से, इंदिरा शादी का जजमेंट. उसके बाद लगातार रिजर्वेशन प्रमोशन, 13 पॉइंट रोस्टर, 200 पॉइंट रोस्टर, हम घूमते रहते हैं कि 16(4). उसके बाद जो रिजर्वेशन पर बैकवर्ड कास्टिंग एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन का है, आर्टिकल 15(5), जिसको मंडल 2 कहते हैं, वो हम आर्टिकल 15 और आर्टिकल 16 के ही एक फोकस रहे. नेचुरली है कि बिकॉज जो एम्प्लॉयड क्लास है और जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो इसी पे फोकस करते हैं कि आगे हमें फ्यूचर में नौकरियां मिले. इसलिए आपको जब देखते हैं 200 पॉइंट रोस्टर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन जब हुआ, वो बहुत बड़ा और बहुत प्रेशर रहा सरकार को. बट इसके साथ साथ हम आर्टिकल 17 में भी फोकस किया. आर्टिकल 17 के शूरवीर और बाहुबली लोग यहाँ हैं. उनमें कोई विनय कुमार जी है, जो आर्टिकल 17 में शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब प्रिवेंशन ऑफ एट्रॉसिटीज एक्ट आया था 1989 में. विनय जैसे लोग मैदान में को, तो इनकी एक जिंदगी आर्टिकल 17 के जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, एट्रॉसिटीज, तो वर्ड बाद में 89, अनटचेबिलिटी, उसके रिलेटेड इश्यूज पे काम चलता रहा. इनके वजह से 2016 में अमेंडमेंट हुआ SC/ST एट्रॉसिटीज एक्ट का. पर आज मैं थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डालने की कोशिश करता हूँ जहाँ मेरा समझ है, वो आर्टिकल 40 जो इक्वालिटी की बात है. जो हमारे जो एम है, जो उद्देश्य है संविधान का, वो तो है समानता. और समानता के लिए कौन लड़ाई करते हैं? हम में से केवल एक ही समुदाय है जो दलित, आदिवासी और विमेन, तो समानता के लिए लड़ते हैं. समानता के लिए जब लड़ते हैं, फिर समानता संविधान ने आपको किस रूप में दिया? अगर मैं बोलता हूँ हम दोनों बराबर है, आप बोलते हैं कि नहीं हम दोनों बराबर नहीं है, वी आर नॉट इक्वल. सो हाउ डू आई क्लेम दैट इक्वालिटी? कैन यू क्लेम दैट इक्वालिटी? मैं इसीलिए इस मुद्दे पे थोड़ा चर्चा आज के दिन आपके सामने करना चाहूंगा. कैन आई क्लेम दैट इक्वालिटी? If there is a man and a woman in a
पैराइटल रिलेशनशिप, एक शादी में एक औरत और आदमी है और बोलते हैं कि आदमी सुबह उठ के बोलते हैं तुम कैसे तो नीचे हो, तुम तो औरत हो, you're a woman. तो वो वुमन हाउ डज शी क्लेम हर इक्वालिटी? इज दैट जस्टिसेबल? हाँ, मैं किसी कोर्ट में जाके एक दरखास्त देके बोलूंगा नहीं हम आदमी और औरत बराबर है, ऐसा प्रावधान हमने शायद नहीं बनाया या शायद जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, बट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आपको वो प्रावधान आर्टिकल के रूप में आपके सामने रखा है। बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जब स्टेट्स एंड माइनॉरिटीज में बात कर रहे थे, उन्होंने इस बात पे जोर दिए थे, जो उन्होंने बोला कि देयर शुड बी कोर्ट्स, न्यायालय होना चाहिए पर अगेंस्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। अगर मेरे साथ कोई भेदभाव, हम यहाँ दो बातें कर रहे हैं, एक इक्वालिटी, एक डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। इक्वालिटी कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हाँ हम दोनों बराबर हैं। डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अलग चीज है कि हम दोनों बराबर नहीं है इसलिए आप मेरे साथ भेदभाव करेंगे, एक भेदभाव है। बट भेदभाव की जो बातें हैं, भेदभाव की बातें हैं हर लॉ में नहीं है। लॉ में जो शुरुआत में इंडियन पिनल कोड आया, जिसके मास्टर हमारे साथ सुधीर बाबू जी IPS बैठे हैं, तो प्रैक्टिशनर ऑफ लॉ, जहां बिफोर इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ, एक कॉन्सेप्ट है इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ है, IPC में ही आ गया। अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति मर्डर करता है उसको फलाना पनिशमेंट, और कोई भी व्यक्ति एक दुष्कर्म करता है कि फलाना पनिशमेंट, वो जो मर्डर करने वाला व्यक्ति में कोई अंतर नहीं है, दैट इज इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ। पुराने जमाने में नहीं जी ये तो बहुत बड़ा आदमी है, जमींदार है, तो बड़ा गणमान्य व्यक्ति है, रेस्पेक्टेबल है, ये कैसे मर्डर कर सकता है? वो बात नहीं, इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ और इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉ। हाँ, लॉ आपको डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करता कि जब आपको रक्षा करना, आपको कोई मारने के लिए आपके साथ कोई गुंडागर्दी कर रहा है, हाँ लॉ बोलते हैं हर एक को मैं प्रोटेक्ट करूँ। बट यहाँ जो मुद्दा जो हमारे सामने है, हाँ इक्वालिटी और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, बाबा साहब ने ये कहा है कि डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के खिलाफ एक लॉ होना चाहिए। वो शायद हम वो लॉ अभी नहीं ला पाए, तो दूसरे अलग अलग तरीके से लाए। तो अनटचेबिलिटी ऑफेंसेस एक्ट है या SC/ST अट्रॉसिटीज एक्ट है, आर्टिकल 17 से हमारे सामने मैंडेट है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि अनटचेबिलिटी इज प्रोहिबिटेड एंड इट शुड बी एनी प्रैक्टिस ऑफ अनटचेबिलिटी विल बी पेनलाइज्ड बाय लॉ, बाय ड्यू प्रोसेस ऑफ। इसीलिए वो लॉज आए, बट दैट इज ओनली फॉर अनटचेबल्स। एंड बाद में विमेन के साथ क्या हुआ हमारे देश में, विमेन के साथ जो हम कहते हैं इक्वालिटी की बात नहीं, जो भेदभाव डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जब विमेन के साथ हुआ, बहुत सालों के बाद डॉरी प्रोहिबिशन आया एंड बहुत टाइम लगा हमें सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट वर्क प्लेस लॉ में 2005 आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम वी कुड ब्रिंग। जो लीगल प्रोटेक्शन है वो टाइम टू टाइम हमारे बच्चों के साथ जो दुष्कर्म होता है वो पॉक्सो एक्ट है, बहुत टाइम हमें लगा इन चीजों के लाने में, बट बाबा साहब की वजह से आर्टिकल 17 में आया। नाउ वी आर कमिंग बैक टू द इशू ऑफ हाउ डू आई क्लेम माय इक्वालिटी एंड व्हाट इज द रेमेडी अगेंस्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। एक महत्वपूर्ण जो पीस ऑफ लेजिस्लेशन कर्नाटका आज के दिन ला रहा है, ये रोहित वेमुला एक्ट, और यूजीसी ने अपने रेगुलेशन को अभी बदला एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में कि प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के संबंधित 2026 में, उससे पहले 2012 में प्रोफेसर तोरट साहब के दौरान यूजीसी की पहले रेगुलेशन आया, हाँ आप भेदभाव नहीं कर सकते, डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं कर सकते। और डिस्क्रिमिनेशन में एक रेमेडी है, हाँ देयर आर दीस कमिटीज, इसके बाद आप यहाँ अप्रोच किए, यू अपील गो अहेड। बट कुछ चीजें ऐसे होते हैं जिसमें आपको पेनाल्टी नहीं है। एक बार यूपीए 1 में जब यूपीए 1 गवर्नमेंट बना था, आपने कॉम्युनल गवर्नमेंट डोंट हैव रिजर्वेशन लॉ, लॉट ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैं, सो रिजर्वेशन लॉ की ड्राफ्ट हुई है। जब रिजर्वेशन की लॉ यूनियन गवर्नमेंट में सेंट्रल की ड्राफ्ट हो, उसमें पीनल क्लॉज, हाँ आप अगर रिजर्वेशन इंप्लीमेंट नहीं करेंगे यू बी पेनलाइज्ड, यू बी पनिश्ड, आपको 3 महीने की जेल होगी, 6 महीने की जेल होगी। It was greatly opposed, and eventually that law never came. So when there is discrimination, whether you should be penalized or not, whether it should be criminalized or not, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस एक्ट में जो विमेन के साथ जो भेदभाव एक घर का अंदर होता है, दैट इज नॉट पेनलाइज्ड, देयर इज नो क्रिमिनल। Sudheer Babu can't go and arrest under Domestic Violence Act. There is a reconciliation process. So discrimination जब रोहित वेमुला एक्ट जो कर्नाटका में ड्राफ्ट हो गया, अभी डिस्कशंस में होगा, some of you must have been involved. क्या उसमें पेनल्टी है? क्या जो व्यक्ति भेदभाव करता है, क्या हम उसको पकड़ के जेल में डाल सकते हैं? Can we take time to bring in sexual harassment that happens within the in proposing today is that is equality justiciable. Is equality, are the terms equality and discrimination both the same, similar? And of course we should have penal action in discrimination. भेदभाव है वो तो जरूर पनिशमेंट होना चाहिए। भेदभाव किसी भी किस्म का हो, किसी भी जगह पे हो, चाहे कॉलेज में हो, यूनिवर्सिटी में हो, घर का अंदर। So I shift in discussion that should we talk about whether equality is justiciable. दलित और आदिवासी और विमेन की बात उठाते हैं कि बराबरी की बात उठाते हैं, उनके सामने लीगल रिकोर्स है। बट जो व्यक्ति जो सोशल सिस्टम में हम कहते हैं कि द्विज है या चतुर्वर्ण के अंदर है, कि अगर एक ब्राह्मण एक वैश्य के साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेट करता है किसी इश्यू में, और ब्राह्मण वैश्य को कहते हैं दोनों बराबर नहीं, क्या उस वैश्य के पास रेमेडी है? Does he have a recourse? There is no recourse. उस समानता के लिए हमारे पास ऐसा कोई प्रावधान हमने 75 सालों में नहीं बनाया। हमारे पास इतनी पावरफुल सेक्शन आर्टिकल 14 होते हुए शायद हमें फ्यूचर में ऐसा एक लॉ लेजिस्लेशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी, पड़ सकती है, क्योंकि भेदभाव तो चलता रहता है, बट इक्वालिटी और बराबरी की समानता की एक मुहिम, एक पेनिट्रेशन इन द सोसाइटी व्हिच इज बेसिकली इनइक्वल, इट परपेट्रेट्स इनइक्वालिटी, उसमें लाना चाहिए। मैं आपको एक देश में साउथ अफ्रीका में एक लॉ है एग्जैक्टली इसी का, इट इज कॉल्ड प्रमोशन ऑफ इक्वालिटी एक्ट 2000 when they did the reconciliation, and prevention of unfair discrimination act. What is prevention of unfair discrimination act? That means you can discriminate fairly. That is what is the prohibited grounds on the basis of which you cannot discriminate. You cannot discriminate on the basis of race, gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status. Why should they write in our applications that are married or not married? Sexual orientation, color, social origin, age, disability, religious conscience, belief and culture. I am reading under the South African law. Language, birth, or any other cause that perpetuates sin and adversely affects the equal enjoyment of the personal rights and freedoms. This is what they have said, that if somebody does this kind of a discrimination and treats me unequally, I go to a court in South Africa. It's called Equality Court. Equality की न्यायालय है. तो कोई किसी को harass भी नहीं कर सकता. Of course, जब equality बराबरी नहीं होगा, आप हमारे साथ discriminate भी करोगे, harass भी करोगे. There is another word. There is a difference between discrimination and harassment. Another subtle aspect of it. But 75 साल में हमने ऐसा मुद्दों पे आगे बढ़ा, दलित मूवमेंट में, विमेंस मूवमेंट में, आदिवासी मूवमेंट, इन सब मूवमेंट में जितने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारे बैकड्रॉप में, सबने इन बातों को उठाया. इक्वालिटी, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, हरासमेंट, एट्रॉसिटी, बहुत ही ज्यादा हीनस होता है इक्वालिटी, एट्रॉसिटी. बट शायद मुझे लगता है आज के दिन हम इन मुद्दों पे फोकस करने की जरूरत है. इसमें आपको दलित, आदिवासी, बैकवर्ड्स, विमेन, बच्चे, ये सब आ जाते हैं जो those people who are oppressed.
Able to achieve whatever the equality, whatever the access. Coming to these two principles, the access to education over a period of 75 years of Indian Constitution, we have a lot of progresses. We have a number of universities. We have more than 1,200 universities in the country. When we got independence, we may have only 20 universities, 500 colleges. Now we have 1,200 universities and 50,000 of colleges. The gross enrollment ratio also from 0.4 to now 28 to 29%. It is a huge progress we face. We have a number of institutions like IIM, IITs and so many universities. So that makes you that access is success. We are already succeeding in access. The SC/ST enrollment, particularly in Telangana, we have women SC enrollment, gross enrollment is 40%, lower area. But access is very access to have a very good results, but where the inequality is also equally successful. Even though we have access, the inequality in quality is inequality in private universities, inequalities in best employable universities. So that is also there. So one way we are having access, but another way we have a inequality. How it is happened? When you look into the 20 universities in 1950s, 500 colleges. Now if we have 1,200 universities and 50,000 colleges, I want to make a simple example of that. In Telangana, before Telangana there was no private universities. There was no state private universities in Telangana. But after Telangana, before 2023 December, we were having 5 private universities. Now we have 12 private universities in Telangana, 16 public universities. When you look into the private deemed to be universities, we have another 10 deemed to be universities in private sector. So 20 to 21 private universities in Telangana, 16 in Telangana. More number of enrollment is in private sector. So how we have denied access to this is a big question. The another important thing we can see is not only the universities, we have 180 engineering colleges where highest demand for higher education in the state, 180 engineering knowledge out of overall higher education, almost the 15, Article 15(5), which has provided reservations in the private and also extended something else, including Maharashtra. This is the chairman of Madhava, very dynamic process. Sekhar, just a PM, who have been colleagues for about 25 years, and also Sudheer Babu, Commissioner of the Future City, and my close friend Limbadri. I know that if I speak in Hindi, many of you will follow, but if I start speaking in Hindi, it will be more entertaining than perhaps educational. I can speak a bit of Hindi, but I can't do a full-length lecture on Hindi, but I'll try now and then wherever possible. I'll attempt. But I am not going to speak the entire lecture. Although Sekhar and Ronki Ram were being very old of mine, they have placed Ronki Ram case in the history, historical developments, particularly in that part, and the contribution of our side to learning consciousness. And of course, Sekhar spoke on discrimination and inequalities. And Mallepalli spoke about what exactly happens. But with this technical things, I would like to share the concern that whether this Constitution of India will survive or it will collapse. I'm sorry I am raising a very embarrassing question, but that's what is concerned, but it's my concern. As a student of political science, when I look at the Indian Constitution and the way it is working, particularly during the last 20 years, the way the constitutional norms, the constitutional basic premises or values are being violated so blatantly that constitution on the one side and the practice on the other side. The gap is growing. The gap is growing, and how do you restore the constitutional vision of achieving a fair and just society? Yes, we have the Indian Constitution, some of the articles that Sekhar portrayed. And yes, Constitution really wanted to create a fair and just society. And Constitution was written, there was a Bhagat, and there was a freedom struggle in the background. And also, an inspired society that which would like to create a very decent, humane society. They can create the Constitution of India. It's not only there is a vision of what type of society you have to create, but the Constitution has justice is elaborated. Justice becomes one of the foundational. Article 38 says, reduce inequalities, that Shaheed was speaking. Reduce inequalities in income, status, opportunities and facilities. जो संविधान में लिखे हैं कि ऐसा जो इनइक्वालिटीज है, जो इनइक्वालिटीज को पूरा रिड्यूस करना है, और उनका लोगों का इनकम में स्टेटस, हायरार्की, opportunities and the facilities that you have to grow with a fuller human being. Now the Article 39 is more radical. Article 39 says means of production should not be monopolized and the wealth should not become detrimental to the common good. Your inequality income should not increase and wealth, even if it produced, it should become common good. Suppose you could take them as a parameter of how the constitution was formed and to take the contemporary data of Professor is there, who knows about inequalities, have been studying and talking. Perhaps the inequality in India are the highest than ever before in that experiment. The way wealth accumulating and the way poverty increasing. And this has been being constantly pointed out. In the number of studies, people are pointing out that inequalities are increasing in income. Now, of course, once the inequalities are increasing, we have adopted a model of development which is intrinsically unequalizing. This neoliberal model of development is not a socialist model, it's not a welfare-centric model of development. It's negation of the entire welfare domain. The neoliberal model अब आज चालू में है ये न्यूलिबरल मॉडल जो है समानता को मानते ही नहीं वो इसका इंटरेस्ट राज जो अलग है अगर ऐसा इनइक्वालिटी से बढ़े और ये न्यूलिबरल मॉडल जो है वो तो आउटसाइड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया दैट इज फिटिंग टू कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया नाउ सो देयरफॉर मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट दैट इज इम्प्लीमेंटेड इज इन कॉन्ट्रास्ट एंड negation of the constitution. Now, what are we going to do? How are we going to change the situation? I think after 70 years of constitution, so gradually, we are all buried. How do you correct what is happening? What is the mechanism? And one of the perhaps mechanism is the rights in which I have been working to the civil rights movement, human rights movement, Dalit rights, tribal rights. More you speak about tribals, the more tragic you feel about them. After all, there is Schedule 5 of Indian Constitution. What does Schedule 5 say? Schedule 5 of Indian Constitution says that the state shall not acquire the forest without prior consent of the tribals. This is the promise we have made to these tribals of this country. In the Constituent Assembly, when the tribal question was debated and Nehru introduced, then Chairperson, who was the representative of tribals, he got up and said that we are Adivasis. This nation belongs to us. Now you are saying you want to live with us. And you want to live with us, right? Then he said, we never trusted the state. I am quoting Chairperson, we never trusted the state. But since Nehru is now promising, with all suspicion, we now first time will trust the state. And that's how Schedule 5 came. And what's happening now in the tribal areas. Now imagine the amount of crisis the tribals of this country are facing. But what are the alternatives, what are the mechanisms that the constitutional spirit, constitution comes back? And Baba Sahib Ambedkar was property, and many things he was property. Baba Sahib Ambedkar said that people say director of state powers are not decisional. तो राष्ट्रीय जी भी बताए तो जो पार्ट 4 को संविधान है वो संविधान को उतना डिसिजन नहीं हुआ कोर्ट को नहीं जा सकते तो पीपल सेड भाई why should have a part of the constitution which is not justiciable law should be justiciable why should have a law which is not justiciable then Baba Sahib Ambedkar said that when reactionary forces come to power people of India will understand the importance of part 4. Then people will start asking part 4. अब promise क्या करें अब क्या चलेगा? So therefore, the entire gap that today you find
between the promise and the performance, the vision and the reality. So I think we are sitting at a very critical stage of history, of Indian history. We are we are at a very critical stage. If last time 400 seats have come, we don't know what would have happened. Because friends, I am sharing that about 10-12 years back, there was a discussion among the right-wing groups in Goa, 3-day seminar. First day they said we are rejecting the democracy, is Western, it is not Indian, has nothing to do with India. Second day they said that we are rejecting Constitution of India because it is completely Western and nothing to do with no roots in Indian culture. And third day they said that we want the old ancient law. And talk of a discussion that happened in Goa. So therefore there is a strong feeling in one section of the society, this constitution is something which is going against their own interests. And again, to quote Baba Sahib's prophecy, in his article Revolution and Counter-Revolution, he said that Indian history is a history where we have made progress. The dynamical forces can counter, they can perform a counter-revolution. And we go to the Buddhism. Buddhism, which is a product of Indian thought, which is so radical in given 2010 years back, which has given a new world view to India. It has gone to China, it has gone to Japan, it has gone to different very ways. Buddhism has been, has originated. There is no Buddhism. And Baba Sahib argued that why Buddhism has gone, why Buddhism has been, how it has been defeated. That means if Buddhism is a revolution, right, the Brahmanism is a counter-revolution. And therefore he warned that even if you perform a revolution, there are forces which can perform the counter-revolution. If you consider constitution as a revolution, because it brings inequality, freedom, justice, brotherhood. Now these fundamental values which should have guided us, by now this society should have become much more humane, much more democratic, much more participative. But instead, now we find more inequalities, more injustice, and more violation of rights. So therefore, the danger to the Indian Constitution, there is a threat to the Indian Constitution, and perhaps the Dalit sections whom the Constitution has promised several rights, Adivasis for whom there is a great promise, marginalized sections have definitely some promise, and reducing the importance of Mahatma Gandhi's rural employment scheme. You don't need any more evidence. When your wealth has grown, when you say India is becoming prosperous, you are going to become third, whatever the developed country, whatever you talk, then why do you deny the poor people minimum guarantee of birth? Why you are taking away the right, which is the right to life exactly for them. They get employment in the days when there is no employment. This is minimum that you are guaranteed to the labor of this country. Why are you taking them when the wealth has grown? That's why Constitution says wealth should not be detrimental to the common good. When the wealth has gone up, the share of the poor people should have definitely gone up. Their rights should have a much better quality of life. So therefore the trends, the evidences that we are getting now are making us feel that what will be the future of Indian Constitution. I think on 75th birthday Republic, all of us have to reflect and see that what is that we can do at an individual, at a collective level, and what Dalit movements can do, what tribal movements can do, what women's movements can do. That Rajshekar said remove the discrimination. Discrimination will not be removed unless people fight for it. Unless women fight, why would the husband who is enjoying the privilege will give up the privilege? Gunnar Myrdal wrote in ancient drama, in the recorded history of humankind, nobody ever surrendered privilege voluntarily. Nobody surrenders privilege unless those who are deprived fight for them. I think it's a critical point, and perhaps this seminar will be able to sensitize us and to go back more committed to the constitutional values, Constitution of India, and realizing that unless we fight, unless we resist the justice that, whatever is promised, because this seminar is the conclave is supposed to go justice, social justice. Social justice will not come unless people assert themselves. हमारे यही कहना है कि लड़ाई बगैर, रेसिस्टेंस बगैर आपको जस्टिस मिलना जो है बहुत मुश्किल है। ये सेमिनार में जो है सब लोगों को सोचना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को क्या करना है। भारत का जो संविधान है तो संविधान को हम रक्षण करने के क्या करना पड़ेगा। ये क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछे, हम जो कुछ काम कर रहे हैं हमारा सिविल लिबर्टी मूवमेंट में, एजुकेशन मूवमेंट में कर रहे हैं, मगर हमारा शक्ति ये बस में हो रहा, शक्ति बस में हो रहा। बट if Dalit movement, tribal movement, the movement, minorities and all of them join together, then I think there is a possibility of India not only remaining democratic but becoming more human, more equal. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Nalgopal. Action is the key word. How long you will be allowed to act and stop? It's something I'm wondering. Because the Constitution is discussed what we are doing here. When I say we, most of us, I'll come to that session.
Respected Kaki Madhava sir, Krishna garu, Mallepalli Laxmaiah garu, then Dr. Ronki Ram, Dr. Vundru, Additional Secretary, Haryana, then Limbadri garu, Prof.R.Limbadri sir, and all guys and dear friends. You are in a difficult position now after a lot of learned professors and luminaries and authorities on Ambedkarism spoke, and then I have to really speak on this topic, and it's difficult. But maybe I have an advantage. I can be extempore and I can have a practitioner implementing the law. I can keep some aspects of it because we are here, whatever we are in a life. Because of him, and then this is the right day to talk on this constitutionalism. 25th of January, a day before 26th January, which the constitution came into effect. One aspect which all the which are going through the discussions, that Article 14, in fact, it talks about Ambedkarism, basically. Baba Sahib, what he wanted to achieve, all the people deprived of it. They should get equality. If you see from Maneka Gandhi's, what is the case, and then recent Mirza case, which is different perspectives of equality being fought. Those issues, you see, people think that Ambedkar, Baba Sahib was only fighting for the Dalit rights. It's not like that. All the deprived people are his concern, clientele. If you see in Mandelbaum's quote on a women, he was telling that all women are Dalits in their own families. He understood the discrimination, both purity position aspects, women in their own families. That's the reason he resigned from the cabinet because he was trying to get something for Indian women and he could not get it. And he left the politics and he started doing something else for the people. So all the times he was fighting for the people who are deprived of the rights, and no one is talking for them. That is what Baba Sahib was doing. But he is very ubiquitous now. Everywhere he is found. No political party can deny the importance of Dr. Ambedkar, relevance of Ambedkar in their political strategy. Maybe it is not adhering to his philosophy, but their own survival. Now they are clinging on to the ideology of Dr. Ambedkar. This is what you may see that someone may criticize Jawaharlal Nehru, first Prime Minister of India, irrelevant. Some may criticize Indira Gandhi, irrelevant. Some may criticize someone irrelevant. Whatever it is, but no one can say that Baba Sahib ideology is irrelevant because they have to thrive, they have to live, they have to survive when they speak about Baba Sahib only. That's what the area where we really to be emboldened ourselves, that is his perspectives are still there with the people. His perspectives, his answers, his questions are not answered in many areas. These are the areas we have to really fight, and we should stand by his ideology perspectives, and we should stand by him. And if we don't do it and who we do for him, if we go back to what Gandhiism and what Gandhi don't like, someone likes whatever it is. He was telling one quote, if salt loses its taste, how to salt it? Mahatma Gandhi's famous quote. If Ambedkarism, if Baba Sahib perspective is not there, how this democracy will survive? Democracy will not survive, the human rights will not survive, the individual-centric perspective of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He was giving individual more importance than the state. Individual more important than the governance. He was asking the governance to come to the individual perspective to enrich his knowledge base, to facilitate better environment for him to grow. As long as the state is not doing it, there is no need for state to really come into his frame of activities, and state should encourage the individual. That's what was the constitution. As a father of the Indian Constitution, he was focusing on individualism. That's part. In Article 32, remedies to enforce it is one of the finest bulwark what Baba Sahib was telling on this. These are the aspects we must understand. The blue chairs and all, everything, Ambedkarism, and we are seeing around. It is just supercalifragilistic feeling we have. But what are we giving back to society? What are we going to do for the society? Unless you have that strategy as a desiderata in your entire profile is not to be imbibed in ism should be imbibed, and that those isms should be implemented. Maybe as a functioning person. 18 accused in the murder case got life imprisonment is not simple thing. And such a long time and going to the people, talking to the people, making them to respond to the version which are given during the investigation time, and coming and deposing evidence in a small village like Adaguduru, and then they can't come and depose evidence unless they have got a strong policing support or giving confidence to them that if you give evidence, then we stand by you. So as a doctor, as a police officer, as an IS officer, as a professor, everywhere you have to actually participate and propagate these ideas. Then only we will really achieve the goals. I don't want to come in between you and the lunch and all, so I won't take much time of yours. Maybe last speaker will have a disadvantage. Most of things are already spoken. So, because all the dignitaries and diets have taught me in many areas of my studies and my individual growth and personality development and all. So, speaking when they are sitting on there is difficult for me to actually, but to really address, you please take it up like article 14 itself, like Manaka Gandhi when he fought, when he was talking about valid declaration of equality in Tamil Nadu, in the case where was Tamil Nadu government. So that is also valid the area of concern for this. And then like case like Anwar Sarkar, which giving the space for the protective discrimination in certain kind of facilities, state should extend to the people who are really suffering. Then we have seen Vishaka case, which is also under 14, in Article 14 perspective, where the discrimination in defense sexual exploitation of women in the government places. These are things, and then Misa case also, where it is spoke about the issues like discrimination for the resources in the salary schemes like that. So every aspect of Ambedkar ideology, he just gave he planted a seed, and now everyone is enjoying the products of Dr. Ambedkar. That ignoring that's where it has started. Even these days, some people make criticize like affirmative action Dr. Ambedkar proposed. But everyone is having reservation. Now everyone is fighting for reservation. But that's the reason Ambedkar, in heart and heart, they want it. Heart and heart, they like this ideology. But it is when it comes to someone's advantage, then the typical legacy. They don't want to see such good things in others, and they try to. They feel that someone is snatching away their comforts. But he is looking for everyone's comfort and everyone's aspects of social justice, social action, over his concerns. And then time to he is prepared to speak on Baba Sahib, even though he is God to us. He has facilitated everything to us to stand here and talk and share our thoughts. And then always I feel like such an issue got to address 30% of GDP, 30% poverty. If you see the entire poverty is there, then 30% more poverty is there in our Dalits. Then 6.6% people only coming to ministerial, what we call administrative positions. Which are in fact about reservation and all that, but still smaller portion we are coming up. That even the land holdings and all so less. These are the areas which we really need to fight and issue that these things just happen in a legal perspective. We have to be in tandem with the legal arena and activity, so we should be in that frame of things. And we were in a movement and all were in the thing, they have different perspectives to address it. They have got freedom to understand and express themselves. But as a professionals or business, what we call administrators, we have a role to play, and so we should implement the Ambedkarism. Every walk of life, every individual will interact. Please do that, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Friends, I have requested recording to do this job say the session inside the speaker. First of all, just because I am a good speaker. Second, I am more grounded in terms of what I am seeing around me. 6 days back, this lady, Jyoti Nisha, she is Deputy Director of Film Division School. She came here to screen her film in the Shaheed University. The film is Ambedkar Now and Then. She is a Dalit, but originally she was not really that kind of active Dalit. Her father was one of the earliest disciples of Ronki Ram. He is from UP. He was one of the D4 members. Her mother also was very, very active in Ronki Ram's movement. For a period of time, she got into this issue of being an activist. So when Rohit Vemuda was killed by the Central University, he came down, increased the number of people, starting from the fellow students, faculty, and incidentally me also. He found that Dr. Krishna, who was controller of examination, a very prestigious post in any university, he resigned in protest because the university is not safeguarding the rights of the Dalits. And they were very, very active participants in the suicide of Ronki. She interviewed Dr. Laxmaiah, who was a rallying point, not here today. And then Professor Krishna, no, Professor, another professor, Ratnam. Another professor was to appear for the professor's interview. He was wrong. He said, I will not accept my professorship. He did not go for the interview. And he lost 5 years of his professorship. Now, this is a kind of encouragement or involvement of the teachers. So she interviewed all of them and produced a film and released it in what is called the first time I heard it, Mugit channel. She couldn't afford to send it to the theatre. Now she is working as a deputy director in Film Institute of Pune. Mr. Sudheer was talking about the Andhra implementation, how in one case we have seen that every accused was given a jail sentence. What happened to Ronki? Now, today in Karnataka, there is a big discussion going on about bringing out a Ronki. There is an act in Andhra Pradesh, which applies to Telangana now, which says how a person's caste should be determined and who is the authority competent to do it. Which is an act by itself. But this is done by the district collector on the basis of a recommendation of the committee of officers of the district. Recently, the Assistant Commissioner of Police of Hyderabad filed in the court a report saying Ronki committed suicide not because of anything else, not because of publicity, not because of university authorities cruelty. But he committed suicide because he knows that he produced a false caste certificate. And he was worried at any time the inquiry that is going on into the caste will reveal that he is a voter and he will be jailed. So that's a report given by the Assistant Commissioner of Police. I have been involved with this case from the beginning. I was there within an hour of his hanging himself that midnight. He obtained a certificate under the act that he is SC. Now you can say that's a false certificate, and that's the claim of the students of such a university. And the ACP says that I am convinced that it's a false certificate because I have written to the collector of Vundru from where Ronki comes. And they have not yet replied after 2 years. So I presume that they must have concluded that he is not an SC. So I take it that he is not SC. And then the second thing is, I know from the circumstances of the case, he committed suicide. Now all the constitution, all the laws come down to this policeman's role. How free are they? Who are doing this activity? Is an honest, committed officer like Sudheer being given that kind of a starting post? We have in the administrative thing a saying, exception proves the rule. Sudheer is an exception. But the majority of people who would say that he committed suicide because he is afraid he will be caught if I false. There is a certificate on, it has to be disproved, and that can be disproved by the collector. Collector is still on it. I have written to the collector, he has not sent the reply, so I conclude that the border justice. Now, this is what all the laws come to when it comes to immigration. So what is the agenda we have on the inclusion of the 75 cases? The agenda is action in the field. The agenda is how do we multiply Mallepalli Laxmaiah to the of hands a resolution that there are no jobs today because most of the activity is private. So the resolution taken the meeting last time here was that we should agitate, we should work for reservation private sector. Now, in this state, combined state, some of us have worked on Subplan Act. It has come in both the states and it is going around. Other states we have similar law. Maharashtra, Karnataka has this, Tamil Nadu has this. 3 other states is working on. So in addition to this Subplan Act, we should also work on this reservation in private sector. And then see, when I see that poster opportunities, become my photo from their houses. Not even 1%. I challenge you. And Ambedkar pride in our reservation will pay back to the society. Now that payback has what keeps me annoyed all the time, working on this side.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just reading out the 75 lectures which were delivered by prominent people. A few of them are sitting here also. I'll just read it out, the name, the topic, and the date on which the lecture was delivered. So I apologize if I pronounce any name wrongly. So inaugural session was started by Justice P. Sudarshan Reddy Garu and Mr. Shubham Kumar on 75 years of Indian Constitution and social justice jurisprudence started on the occasion of Indian Constitution Day on 26 November 2024. And Professor Narendra Kumar delivered a speech on Baba Saheb Ambedkar's contribution in Professor Nandini Sundar on Adivasis and Indian Democracy, Lessons in Present Act, 28 December 2024. Professor TSCHE, Socio-Economic Justice and Indian Constitution on 4th January 2025. Professor Aragopal, Civil Rights Movement and Indian Constitution and on 11 January 2025. Sri Jabar Singh Verma on Manusmriti versus Constitution on 18 January 2025. Professor Nitin Tagare, Article 38 and Wealth Inequality in India, 1st February 2020. 2nd February 2025, Professor G. Sridevi on intersecting identities, labor market discrimination and constitutional provision against discrimination on 8th February 2025. Dr. Vinod Mishra. Yes. Dr. Vinod Mishra on Article 21 and housing rights for marginalized social groups in India on 15th February 2025. Ms. Abhirami Jyotiswaran on Indian constitutional vision versus reality, the struggle of Dalit women on 19th February 2025. Dr. Jishan Hussain on constitution, democracy and decentralization on 22nd February 2025. Dr. Manzoor Ali on Ambedkar's idea of minority rights in a democracy, 26th February 2025. Dr. Khalid Khan on inequality in higher education and constitutional safeguards, 1st March 2025. Sri Gannam Chandru IAS on constitution and fraternity, 5th March 2025. Dr. Rehna Ravindran on making of Indian constitution and the contributions of women members in the Constituent Assembly on 8th March 2025 on the occasion of Women's Day. Dr. Chandraya Gopani on constitutional democracy in village governance, understanding the demand, Article 40, mandate of social justice to local governance, Gram Panchayat, objective and reality, 15 March 2025. Dr. Kaki, 19 March 2025. Dr. Hemraj P. Jangir, Stigma and Social Exclusion of Renotified Tribes and Constitutional Safeguards, 22nd March 2025. Dr. Nandini Khan, Tribal Rights, Constitutional Provisions, Ground Realities and Role of Social Media Youth Advocacy, 26 March 2025. Dr. Rehna Ravindran again on making of the Indian Constitution in the representation of women in Constituent Assembly, a comprehensive reading on 29th March 2025. And Professor R.Limbadri on Indian Constitution, Education and Social Justice on 2nd April 2025. Ms. Sushmita Kindo from Policy to Practice, Challenges in Realizing the TESA Act in Jharkhand on 25. Mr. Ganesh Gregoria, Social Justice Beyond Constitutional and Legal Landscape, Emotions as Instrument of Dalit Defense, 12th April 2025. Dr. Saujanya Kamlapatla, Indian Constitution and Women Rights on 16th April 2025. Professor Batra Srinivas, Indian Constitution, 19th April 2025. Ms. Preeti Kohli, Beyond Access, Exploring the Educational Trajectories of Dalit Women Activists in Higher Education and Constitutional Safeguards, 23 April 2025. Mr. Venna Vijay Kumar, Indian Constitution and Fiscal Federalism, 26 April 2025. Second, an Instrument for Democratic Socio-Economic Transformation, 3rd May 2025. Professor Bhangya Mukhya, the Adivasi Question and Framing of Indian Constitution on 7 May 2025. Sri Arun Kote on Freedom of Expression and the Indian Constitution on 10th May 2025. T.S.N. Murthy, Dalit and Fundamental Rights of Indian Constitution, 14 May 2025. Professor Gal Vinod Kumar, Right to Religious Freedom as a Fundamental Right of Indian Constitution, 17 May 2025. Ms. Manjula Pradeep, Understanding the Parallels between UDSR and the Indian Constitution, 21 May 2025. Dr. P. Shivnag Reddy, Protection of National Movements, Article 49 of the Constitution of India, 24/5/2025. Dr. Samaya Vinegar, Constituent Assembly on Uniform Censor, 28 May 2025. Dr. M.D. Tabrez Alam, Unpacking Residential Safeguards, Reflection from Pakaro City, Jharkhand, 31 May 2025. Professor Thiago Ranganathan, Dalit and Occupational Mobility in Tamil Nadu, Findings from Census, 4th June 2025. Ashok Kumar Maurya, Utilization of National Schemes in Schools and Anganwadi Centers, a study of Uttar Pradesh on 7 June 2025. Mr. Satish Kumar on free legal aid to the marginalized sections in society in India, Article 39, Constitution of India, 11 June 2025. Professor S. Prasad, Indian Constitutional Vision of Education, Reflections on Reality, 14 June 2025. Sri Srinivas Vadhav, India's Experiments in the Rights to Information, a 2-decade journey, on 18 June 2025. Professor Alapad Rathinarayana, Mandal Commission on Social Justice, on 21 June 2025. Sri Shivarudrappa MB, Contributions to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar to Constitution of India, 20th June 2025. Dr. Veena Chaturna, who has the right to food and health in India, the status of the Indian population, a discussion, 28 June 2025. Dr. Abhay Kumar, Modern State, Secular Law and Minority, a study of All India Muslim Personal Law Board, 1973-2010, 2nd July 2025. Dr. Krishna Kumar, Indian Constitution and Educational Justice, a Dalit Girl Perspective, 5th July 2025. Sri Tarachandroma, Justice, Atrocities Against SC/ST Community, Legal Protection in Law and Constitution of India, 9th July 2025. Professor Vinod Kumar, Conceptualizing of the Constitution and its foundational values and principles, on 12th July 2025. Dr. Lalit Khandari, Dr. Ambedkar's Perspective on Constitution and Social Security, 19th July 2025. Dr. Santosh Rao, Roots of Justice, Dr. Ambedkar's Buddhist Perspective on Constitutional Morality, 2nd August 2025. Dr. John P. They have delivered lecture from USA. Fraternity in Constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Thought and Beyond, 9th August 2025. Dr. Jeremy A. Ricker, Caste Oppression as a Collective Trauma, the Constitution as Pure, 16 August 2025. Sri Mahendra Kumar Anand, Dr. Ambedkar's Transformative Role, Profound Contributions and Enduring Legacy of Shaping of India's Constitution, 23 August 2025. Dr. Vatsal Naresh, Majority Rule and Majority Income in Ambedkar's Political Philosophy, 30th August 2025. Dr. Hari Ramesh, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Democratic Promises of the State Action, 6 September 2025. Professor D.N. Reddy, Constitution and Directive Principles of State Policy versus the Neoliberal State Policy, Making and Unmaking of Agenda of Social and Economic Justice, 20th September 2025. Professor M. Kodanram, The Journey of Making the Indian Constitution, 27 September 2025. Professor Madhava Sridhar, Freedom of Expression and Constitutional Democracy, 4/10/2025. Mr. Palli Nageshwar Rao, Indian Constitution reference to IPC, BNS and CRPC, BNSS, 10th October 2025. Mr. Emeritus Gopinath, Article 47 of Indian Constitution in India Health Scenario, 18th October 2025. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Constitutional Safeguards and Day-to-Day Treatment of Scheduled Caste, 25 October 2025. Professor Marish A. Joker, Democratic Values from the Buddha to the Indian Constitution, 1st November 2025. Mr. Kori Vinay Kumar, Social Activism and Indian Constitution, 8th November 2025. Mr. Lalit Bhagat, Provisions of the Indian Constitution and Unfinished Task of Land Reform, Perspective of Dalit and Adivasi, 15th November 2025. Mr. Sudheer Babu, Provisions of Indian Constitution and Status of the Mountain and Hill Dalits, 22 November 2025. Dr. Jagannathan Begari, Dr. Ambedkar, Biological Process towards Inclusivity, Prospects and Challenges. Certificate lecture was delivered by our Chairperson, Mr. Mallepalli Laxmaiah, on unique features of Indian Constitution and 75 years journey, which was coincidentally delivered on Mahaparinirbhan દિવસ of Dr. Bhagat on 6 December 2025.
రెడ్డిలో పెట్టాలి మిడిల్
Good evening everyone again. We have a beautiful occasion of celebration. And our constitution itself is a celebration. Every time we protest, that is also a celebration. Celebration, protest as a celebration. But here we are really celebrating one of the support क्या बोलते हैं अंग्रेजी, one of the son of our constitution. Kote Sudheer Babu, ICS, a brilliant officer, a fantastic student who they knew. The program today has decided that we should celebrate Sudheer Babu here. Sudheer Babu started in jail, so we have 3 guys on the dais today. Ronki Ram, Sudheer Babu, all from jail. We were together in Jhelum Hospital. Sudheer Babu also holds the Guinness Book of World Records. And he was the first commissioner of police in Warangal. He again moved towards defense. So he was organizing self-defense. So at a single event, the largest ever self-defense program was organized by him in Jawaharlal Stadium in a place called Andhra. Mostly girls and women. 13,860. It was a Guinness Book of World Records in 2016. He bettered a record of Brazil by that time. And that being him, He had a fantastic career. Most committed, honest, brilliant, very sharp policeman, and a human being. And of course, all the energies imbued into him from jail. As you have heard it. He is also one of the rarest of the officers who came into state police service to get the highest rank of additional DGP in this country. Additional DGP means you have a vehicle, on the vehicle you have 3 stars. So that is the highest level DGP or additional DGP you can reach in the police service. That is to grit his hard work and a consistent performance as an officer and as a policeman. He also holds the record. There is something called non-variable warrants. So what if the police what happens? They don't do anything, okay? Then you issue a warrant, the guy is not available. He became, in fact, Warangal, the commissionerate, India's first non-variable warranty to show our brilliance and perform in such a great way. He has started his career in 2001. He got into the Indian Police Service and been consistently, he was an SP, he was a DIG, and in most difficult areas of Hyderabad, he was DCP. And in his long career, when he was picked up, he was the first Commissioner of Police of Warangal. Then later on, every time they pull him, they give him a new area. Rajakonda was one of the largest areas around Hyderabad to be a commissionerate. So he was the Commissioner of Police of Rajakonda. Again, he did that record of non-variable warrants is there. And when the government saw him that he is the best guy to hold new commissionerates, they created a commissionerate called Future City. So Sudheer Babu at the rank of additional DGP became the Commissioner of Police of Future City of Hyderabad, which has actually a great program ahead. Today we want to celebrate the program organizers have decided that we should celebrate. I request to be brought into the chair. We will not celebrate the Constitution. We are celebrating Sudheer Babu and the Constitution. I request Kaki Madhava to present a shawl. And I would list out all the organizations to come and felicitate Sudheer. By the way, Sudheer and me were in the same hostel. Okay. Now I request Center for Dalit Studies, Mallepalli Laxmaiah to felicitate birthday Sudheer Babu. Sudheer Babu belongs to an illustrious political family. His father was a member of parliament in one of the earliest MLAs in the most respectable family. I request Dalit Bhojan friend, Kore Vinay Kumar Garu and Menon Bhagyarao Garu. Come on. After Vinay and Bhagyarao, I request Center for Dalit Rights, Sekhar, Satish, Nimrodji, Advocate. Satish Nimrodji, Center for Dalit Rights, Jaipur. It's an all India. आप दोनों ऊपर आइए. Dalit Coalition from Shimla or Himachal Pradesh. Next felicitation is from Kerala. Ambedkarite Democratic Front, Ambujakshan ji from Kerala. And Geeta Nandan ji from Kerala, Ambedkarite Democratic Front. Next felicitation is from National Commission for Women Leaders, Manjula Pradeep ji. Should I list you as a felicitation from Gujarat?
I don't mind.
तो गुजरात से felicitation हो रहा है National Commission for Women Leaders, Manjula Pradeep ji. The next felicitation is from Captain Dinesh Chandra ji from Uttar Pradesh and Shri Ram Kumar ji, NMD LRM from Uttar Pradesh. Captain Dinesh Chandra ji और Ram Kumar ji. Captain Dinesh Chandra ji is from Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. He has come. Ram Kumar ji is all the way from Lucknow. It is a felicitation from Uttar Pradesh. Agla felicitation is from Haryana, Karandeep Baudji. From Haryana, Madam Geeta Nandan ji. The next felicitation is from Haryana, Karandeep Baudji and Geeta Nandan ji. Haryana list तो मैं भी आया हूँ. फिर नरेंद्र भी आएगा. आ जाओ. Sudheer Singh Babu and Retd. And Retd is from Bundelkhand. धन्यवाद. Mallepalli ji and Ranamol Ravindran ji from Delhi. Mallepalli ji and Ranamol Ravindran ji from Delhi.
Nagaya and Dharmarjan from Telangana. Kumaraswamy and Gautam. Professor Kumaraswamy from Telangana, Gautam from Andhra Pradesh. Yadagiri garu. Devkumar garu. Sorry, Anand Kumar Bulmera from Bombay, Maharashtra. But beginning exam is there. Subhajit Naskar from West Bengal. West Bengal. Come.
After West Bengal, there is Bangladesh, so we close the bench station after this.
Ramu, sir, it is removed yet. The one important presentation before you. I think I request all the dignitaries and guests should be going front rows. One small presentation. John Wesley Garu from Hyderabad. Then ये प्रेजेंटेशन है, आप पूरा देखना है, वो 10 मिनट का है। सीडीएस बिल्डिंग में, ये बिल्डिंग में 6th फ्लोर में वो म्यूजियम प्रपोजिशन है। म्यूजियम कैसा रहना, क्या रहना, ये कंसल्टेंट बनाया है प्रेजेंटेशन। आप देख के आपका सजेशंस, आइडियाज कुछ देना है, इसलिए बोली चलो। Sir, please bear with us only 10 minutes. We can finish the presentation and go for lunch. Ramu, ready na presentation? Ramu, presentation.
HDMI better. Sound Ramu, video shooting like video shooting. Dinesh, video light. प्ले చేయనా ना పక్క పెట్టు కర్స ఏదైనా కర్స పక్క పెట్టు పోవాలి కదా
మైక్ లేదు
another point, only one place, a small place for the physical artifact. दूसरा पूरा डिजिटल रहेगा. 60 फ्लोर में 2 भाग है, एक भाग रूम अंदर का है, एक भाग है, तो दोनों का भी ये पूरा करने की सोच रहे. आप लोग भी बहुत सारा देखा होगा. और आपका मन में कुछ आए तो भी सजेशन कर लीजिए, कैसा डेवलप करना, क्या करना. मैंने उसका लिख के दे दिया. अभी नहीं पूछ रहे, आपको लिख के भेज दीजिए. जस्ट फॉर योर सजेशन. थैंक यू. नाउ वेट फॉर लंच. फर्स्ट फ्लोर.
నా దగ్గర ఉంటుంది. అవును అంతే
जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने ऑब्जेक्टिव रेजोल्यूशन प्रस्तुत किया 1946 में, तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर पहले व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने ये कहा कि हम सिर्फ अधिकार एक्सरसाइज करेंगे, वो भी देखने की जरूरत है। मुझे लगता है कि एक जो महत्व अगेंस्ट द सोशल हायरार्कीज एंड फॉर द एनलाइटेंड सोसाइटी, वेयरइन शुरू में उन्होंने इक्वालिटी और फ्रीडम के बारे में बात की, लेकिन बाद में इनफैक्ट अगर आप देखेंगे तो ही वाज द फर्स्ट वन who was talking about the fraternity also equally. So fraternity would mean that there would be an enlightened society. लेकिन जब हम पिछले 75 सालों में देखते हैं सोसाइटी में ये फ्रीडम और इक्वलिटी, मुझे लगता है कि वो फ्रेटर्निटी एनलाइटेंड सोसाइटी तक पहुंचने की बात तो, और अगर आप पिछले कुछ दशकों की बात करें, पर्टिकुलरली जब से ये लिबरलाइजेशन प्रोसेस सोसाइटी का जो विजन था डॉक्टरों की, हमारे जितने भी प्रवक्ता हैं आप करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई थिंक इट हैज बीन टोल्ड कि 10 मिनट लेंगे सभी लोग। मैं सबसे पहले प्रोफेसर कोदन राम जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो आए और अपनी बात करें।
नमस्कार। कुछ ज्यादा हिंदी में तो नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, लेकिन कोशिश करूंगा जरूर। हम लोग सिविल लिबर्टीज मूवमेंट में काम करते थे। इमरजेंसी के दौरान आप सब लोग समझते हैं कि बहुत अरेस्ट हुआ और प्रेस फ्रीडम का ऊपर भी कुछ में कंट्रोल था, तो लगाम था। तो हम समझा कि मूवमेंट से वो निकल कर आया, तो सब लोग समझते थे कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हमारा मंजिल नहीं है, इससे आगे जा मंजिल तो वैसे ही था, we should go beyond this constitution. So we were basically using the constitution to defend the rights of the people. In the villages there used to be a severe repression both by the state and also by the landlords. Eventually we have also learned that such a repression also is initiated by the upper caste over the scheduled caste and the other backward classes. So this was understood by us. They realized that not only the state but even civil society are this oppression, and that we have to combat not only the state but also the dominant forces within the society in order to preserve human rights and also protect democracy. This was this review. If those fundamental rights are weakened, then obviously the existence of the Dalits and the other weaker sections in the society will be threatened. Their own scope for their own development will be completely option afresh. Started trying to understand constitution from a different perspective. And so then we realized that the constitution itself is not written by, constitution is written by a few legal luminaries, and it is because of their efforts that we have a wonderful constitution. So we read all the constitution, copied the best part, cooked all of them together and brought out the Indian constitution. That was the understanding. But the constitution is an outcome of the freedom struggle of India. A freedom struggle which had multiple streams in it. There was anti-caste movement, there was workers' movement, peasant movements, the left movements. They were all part of the freedom movement. And as a consequence of the freedom movement, the freedom struggle itself has changed. By Karachi Session Congress also recognized freedom just doesn't mean an oppression and also power. Struggles by the Dalit, struggles by peasant movements, peasants, and also struggles by Adivasis and the workers in this country. So that is an outcome of all these struggles. A new understanding, a new perspective, basically, for colonial exploitation, but also by domination and oppression within the society. तो ये समझ में आया यहाँ की कांग्रेस को ये समझ में क्यों आया ट्राइबल मूवमेंट्स भी चल रहा था और साथ साथ में वर्कर्स मूवमेंट्स और यहाँ की पीजेंट आंदोलन की किसान की आंदोलन भी बहुत ही मजबूत थे। इन सारी आंदोलन के वजह से कांग्रेस को भी ये समझ में आया यहाँ की लोग सिर्फ ब्रिटिश की हुकूमत की खत्म करना ही नहीं चाहते हैं। ये जो अंदरूनी हमारे ही समाज में जो अभी ये हुकूमत इन लोगों का जो पीड़ित वर्गों का जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको मिटाने के लिए भी कोशिश होना चाहिए। ये तब समझ में आया तो कांग्रेस पार्टी भी 1929 रेजोल्यूशन बनाए थे। उसके बाद में जब भी कोई कमीशन अपॉइंट किए तो वो कमीशन ने हिंदुस्तान की जनता के लिए खासकर यहाँ की फंडामेंटल राइट्स का भी रेजोल्यूशन बनाए थे। यहाँ का भी डेवलपमेंट के लिए काफी प्लान्स का भी बॉम्बे प्लान की तैयारी भी होने लगा। लेकिन खासकर हम ये स्टेट्स एंड माइनॉरिटीज को समझना चाहिए। स्टेट्स एंड माइनॉरिटीज में कांग्रेस ने अम्बेडकर ने साफ बताते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान की जो नया दस्तूर बनेंगे ये नया दस्तूर कैस्ट इनइक्वालिटीज को खत्म करना चाहिए। So right to equality is the fundamental principle around. So the right to equality eradicates oppression, inequalities, and converts all people into citizens of this country. All of us become citizens of this country, and this is according to Ambedkar, is a great political revolution that has emancipated the state from the clutches of the dominant sections. Political institutions are emancipated from the clutches of the dominant section. How effective will this be depends upon the kind of social transformation that we can initiate. Instead of leaving this social transformation to the future of to the hands of, so that is what has been incorporated into the Indian Constitution. So Ambedkar clearly said, we have brought about a revolution in the political realm, and a revolution in social realm is equally necessary. And without that transformation in the political realm, in the social realm, this transformation itself will not sustain. So this was the conclusion Ambedkar arrived at. Now we have seen in the post-independence period that the rule of law and social justice are the two planks on which the Constitution has been built. Without effective implementation of these, the Constitution values constitutional morality will never come into operation. Now this is where lot of debate also has taken place in the post-independent period. Whether the Constitution will transform the society or the inequalities in society will weaken the Constitution. That was a doubt everyone expressed. But we have realized that for people
Constitution was a radical document, and they started quoting it and quoting it every day, so much so that for them it was a very meaningful document, a document that can emancipate them from the miseries that they are facing. Police will arrest cheste. Can't arrest me now. I know. Can't arrest me now. I know. This book tells me that you can't arrest me without a warrant. Show me a warrant and then you enter into my house. So after that, of course, the police have arrested him without any warrant. But then, for them it was an instrument. The Constitution was an instrument with which they could fight, they could resist, they could fight against this domination. So it is a process by which people, through these social movements, people slowly started realizing that Ambedkar has given us a constitution in which all these rights are enshrined. So we must use these rights in order to safeguard our own interests and protect our own rights, protect our own, the right to live with dignity. So this is how the Constitution has acquired a radical transformative potentiality in India. Then they started arguing the Constitution is a product of the freedom movement. It is not simply written by a few lawyers here sitting together using their legal knowledge, but it is an offshoot of the freedom struggle itself, the social struggles that have taken place in India, and all these struggles have given a shape to the Indian Constitution. And therefore the Constitution, people started using it effectively in order to fight for justice, in order to fight for equality, in order to, and that's how the Constitution acquired a new meaning. And one of the reasons why, तो अभी माहौल ऐसा है कि सरकार ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बदलना चाहते हैं, आवाम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचा के इसको अमल में ले आने के लिए कोशिश करते हैं। ये हिंदुस्तान में आज की तारीख में ये तो माहौल है। ये अगर समझ लिया तो हमारा जो काम 1 साल से होता रहा, ये भी हमें समझ में आता है कि हम आवाम की तरफ से ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को समझाने के लिए, बचाने के लिए, इसको अमल में ले आने के लिए हम एक कोशिश जारी रखते हैं। और ये कोशिश इसलिए कि ये हमारा ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, हमारा लड़ाई के वजह से ये बना, हमारा लड़ाई के वजह से ये अभी अमल में है, हमारे लड़ाई की वजह से ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आगे हमें बचा के रख सकते हैं। तो यही हमारा मकसद होता है, इसको समझना, इसको अमल में ले आने के लिए कोशिश करना, और साथ साथ में इसको सरकार जो हमला करते हैं तो इसको बचाने के लिए हमें कोशिश करना। सरकार के लिए तो ये पूरा जो ढांचा है उसको इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश में है अभी केंद्र सरकार ने खासकर, और हम इसको बचाने के लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को एक ऐसा बाइबल में एक जमाने में लोग इस्तेमाल किए, कम्युनिस्ट मैनिफेस्टो को इस्तेमाल किए, हमारा हिंदुस्तान में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी एक ऐसा ही डॉक्यूमेंट बन गया, रेडिकल डॉक्यूमेंट बन गया। ये डॉक्यूमेंट को समझने के लिए इसका तारीख देखना चाहिए, और इसको अमल में ले आने से क्या फर्क बनता, क्या बदलाव आता, ये भी हमें समझना जरूरी है। मेरे ख्याल में यही कुछ बात आपके सामने रखने जरूरी समझा मैं, और मुझे जो मौका मिला शुक्रगुजार हूँ। थैंक यू।
खुली हवा में सांस लिया, देखा भी यहाँ भी इंसान है और क्या देश में क्या हालत है। तो अंग्रेजों को उन्होंने बताया कि आप राज करने आए हो, यहाँ इतनी पॉपुलेशन इतनी ज्यादा है इस देश की, उस पॉपुलेशन का इतना परसेंट ऐसा है जिनको आज भी नहीं समझा जाता। फिर डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने कास्ट के ऊपर सारी बातें उनको समझाई, अलग अलग निवेदन किए, हर बात फिर वो कहते थे। दूसरा, आजादी से पहले क्या होता था, वोट का अधिकार गिने चुने लोगों को होता था, जिसके पास या तो जमीन है या जिसके पास एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन है या कोई और, तो उसमें हमारे आदमी तो वोट का कभी सोच ही नहीं सकते थे। तो धीरे धीरे जब ये बात आई तब डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने कहा कि इनको आप सुविधाएं दीजिए, इनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दीजिए, इनको और दूसरी बात स्कॉलरशिप की बात दीजिए। ये सारी चीजें चलती रही। कुल मिलाकर के जब साइमन कमीशन आया तब थोड़ी बात पहले अंग्रेजों ने मानी थी, तो बाद में डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर का सबसे बड़ा योगदान आजादी से पहले का ये है कि इन्होंने विश्व पटल पर और अंग्रेजों को अच्छी तरह समझा दिया कि भाई यहाँ इंडिया भारत की बहुत बड़ा पॉपुलेशन एक ऐसा है जिनको इंसान ही नहीं समझा जाता, तो आप इनको इंसान तो समझो कम से कम। तब बाद में राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई, तो पहली राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो उस समय के कांग्रेस पार्टी थी उनके नेताओं ने उसका विरोध किया, और विरोध के कई कारण थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी साइमन कमीशन के नेता थे। लेकिन इतिहास जब हम पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें बहुत लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया, और जिनके बुक्स में कम मिलते हैं हम ये चीजें, हम गहराई में जाएंगे तो पता चलेगा कि किसने साइमन कमीशन को भी सपोर्ट किया था, निवेदन दिए थे सारे इंडिया से 12-13। मेरा जब यहाँ लेक्चर हुआ था तो उसमें मैंने सारे कागज दिए थे, आप यूट्यूब पर देखेंगे तो पता चल जाएगा उसमें आपको। तो राउंड टेबल में भी यही हुआ, पहली भी कांग्रेस गई नहीं थी, तब डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर को और मौका मिल गया, इन्होंने और खुल के बारे सारी बातें बता दी, तो सेकंड में फिर आ गए। बाद में मैकडोनाल्ड से थे, उन्होंने कहा भाई ये तो बाकी वो तो समझ आई बात कि ये तो कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा, इसलिए तब उन्होंने कैबिनेट अवार्ड दिया। कैबिनेट अवार्ड क्या कहता था कि जो पांचवें शेड्यूल कास्ट क्लासेस कहलाए शेड्यूल कास्ट, कि इनके लोग अपना आदमी चुनेंगे और वो चुन करके जाएंगे विधानसभा में, लोकसभा में, उस टाइम बोलते थे। इस चीज पर उस महात्मा गांधी ने कहा को विरोध करने का, उन्होंने कहा मैं ये धर्म की लड़ाई है मेरे लिए और मैं मेरे धर्म को नहीं तोड़ना चाहता, मैं हिंदुओं को एक रखना चाहता हूँ। तो पहले तो इन्होंने हिंदू बना दिया हमें, क्योंकि 1931 में जो सेंसस होता है उसमें आप देखेंगे कि ब्राह्मण भी अलग थे, हिंदू भी अलग थे, सारी जातियों का सुबह है तो अलग थे, हिंदू भी अलग थे, सारी जातियों का सुबह है। तो ये जो है ना, ये किसी धर्म की विकल्पी है। और हम ना लगाया तो आप कि हरिजन सेव सेंटर क्या पर्पस था, कहाँ से फंडिंग होती थी, कौन कि हरिजन सेव सेंटर क्या पर्पस था, कहाँ से फंडिंग होती थी, कौन बिल्ला डाटा कौन देते थे, क्या करते थे। तो वो क्या करते थे, वो वहाँ सिखाए जाते थे कि ये फिर रोजगार की समस्या हमारी हल हो जाएगी। तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर कहते थे भी देखो ये चीजें नहीं, हमें शिक्षा और स्कॉलरशिप में उन्होंने क्या, जब वो बॉम्बे लेजिस्लेटिव में थे, कि जो टैक्सेस गवर्नमेंट इकट्ठा करती है उसमें सबसे पहला चार्ज हमारा स्कॉलरशिप का होगा, उसमें सबसे पहला चार्ज हमारा स्कॉलरशिप का होगा। ये प्रावधान डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने डलवाए। तो बात पुनः और यहाँ तक की बात कि अगर कुछ गांधी को हो गया तो हम की बस्तियां फूंक देंगे, तब डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने एक प्रैग्मेटिक अप्रोच लगाई कि अब जो मिल रहा है वही लोग बाद में देखेंगे। कई बार होता है पॉलिटिक्स में भी ऐसा होता है, बार्गेनिंग के अंदर भी ऐसा ही होता है कि
जो मिलता है वो तो लीजिए, ठीक है। फिर एग्रीमेंट हुआ, एग्रीमेंट में ये हुआ ठीक है, इनको सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट तो नहीं देंगे हम, आप इनकी सीटें रिजर्व कर देंगे। अब उसका नुकसान ये हुआ जो आज तक हो रहा है कि जो हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स बनते हैं, जो एमएलए बनते हैं या एमपी बनते हैं, नहीं होते, तो हार जीत का फैसला प्रतिनिधि हैं। ये एक कारण ये भी है, वो अपनी बोल नहीं पाते क्योंकि वो पार्टी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हमारे नहीं है वो। हालांकि हम खुश हो लेते हैं कि हमारा आदमी चला गया वहाँ, लेकिन डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर को अल्टीमेटली शेड्यूल कास्टों को शेड्यूल कास्ट बनाया गया, पूरी लिस्ट बनाई गई। जब से हम शेड्यूल कास्ट कहलाते हैं 1935 के बाद में, और वो इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस एक्ट का पार्ट बन गया। उसके बाद में फिर डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर को वाइसराय काउंसिल में लिया, तब उन्होंने बहुत ये उनको खतरा था कि हम इतना झगड़ा करके 1935 एक्ट के अंदर सारी चीज़ें डलवा पाए हैं कि नौकरियों में हम आरक्षण होगा, स्कॉलरशिप हमें मिलेगी, एजुकेशन में ये मिलेगा, और अगर संविधान सभा नहीं बैठेगी तो हमारी लड़ाई दोबारा एक एबीसी से शुरू हो जाएगी। इसलिए शुरू में डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने संविधान सभा का अपोज किया, लेकिन अंग्रेजों ने फिर डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने अंग्रेजों को भी आप जा ही रहे हो तो पूरा अरेंजमेंट करके जाओ, हमको किसके सहारे छोड़ के जा रहे हो। लेकिन जो भी कंडीशंस बनी अंग्रेजों के लिए मुश्किल हो गया, और वो 150-2 साल पहले चले गए देश छोड़ करके, तो हड़बड़ी में गए। ये वो बुक्स बताती हैं ये चीज़ें। तो फिर वो संविधान सभा बनी, तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर का कोई उसको स्कोप था नहीं उसमें, तब उन्होंने हो गई भारत पाकिस्तान का डिवीज़न हो गया। और डिवीज़न में ये था कि जो एरिया में हिंदू ज़्यादा है 50% से ज़्यादा, वो एरिया इंडिया को मिलेगा, जिस एरिया में मुस्लिम ज़्यादा है 50% से ज़्यादा, वो पाकिस्तान को मिलेगा। लेकिन आपको पता होगा डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी थी खुल्ला अंजसोर, उसमें बुक्स बताती हैं हिंदुओं की पॉपुलेशन, उसके बाद भी वो एरिया पाकिस्तान को दिया गया। और डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर की जो संविधान सभा की सीट थी ना, वो ख़त्म हो गई। लेकिन ये फिर बाद में देश आज़ाद हुआ, दूसरी संविधान सभा भारत इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया की बनी, उसमें बात आई। उस तब कांग्रेस का जो था मन थोड़ा बदल गया था, और लेकिन इस पर रिसर्च होना बाकी है कि कांग्रेस का मन क्यों बदला। अभी तक तो यही बताया जाता है कि महात्मा गांधी ने उनको कहा, सरदार पटेल से मिलके कहा, एस.के. पाटिल बॉम्बे के थे, उनसे कहा कि भी इनको हमें लेना है। लेकिन उससे पहले कांग्रेस के अंदर भी एक थे जिन्होंने रिज़ाइन किया था, उनका मैं नाम भूल रहा हूँ, उनके नेहरू से मतभेद हो गए थे, उन्होंने अपनी सीट छोड़ी। तब इन्होंने कहा भी इनको बॉम्बे से हम लाते हैं, तब इनको संविधान सभा में लाया और इनको पहले लॉ मिनिस्टर बनाया, तब इन्होंने कानून सारे बनाए थे। तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने 6-7 बातें कही थी। जब संविधान लागू हुआ तो सबसे इनकी जो स्पीच है वो हम पढ़ेंगे, तो उसमें ये आता है कि हमें पॉलिटिकल आज़ादी तो मिल गई है, एक व्यक्ति एक वोट, लेकिन आर्थिक और सामाजिक गैर बराबरी के रहते हुए ये जो आज़ादी है ये कब तक टिकेगी, इसका कोई गारंटी नहीं है। आपको इनको भी साथ रखना होगा। तो इसलिए डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर की पहली चेतावनी ये थी कि जब तक सामाजिक और आर्थिक गैर बराबरी है, हमको ये नहीं है। तीसरा, डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर ने संविधान में बहुत सारी उनके कंसेप्ट थे, सबसे बड़ा था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी बोले होती नहीं है, इसको डेवलप करना पड़ता है, और देश के अंदर ये भी डेवलप होना बाकी है। मोरालिटी का मतलब ये होता है, जैसे यहाँ ऊंच नीच का मामला है, कास्ट का मामला है, तो यहाँ हर चीज़ को जो है ना, जब तक आपके ऊपर कोई प्रेशर ना हो, कोई डंडा ना हो, जब तक कोई मानता नहीं है। तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर चाहते थे कि हर चीज़ का रिकॉर्डेड हो, कानून का पार्ट बने। डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर जैसे साहब ने बताया, स्टेट सोशलिज्म को मानते थे कि सारी चीज़ें स्टेट के, पहले इंडिया को वेलफेयर स्टेट के रूप में घोषित किया गया था, होता भी था, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, एजुकेशन, ये सब स्टेट के सब थे। आज लिबरलाइजेशन के अंदर आके पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया उस सिस्टम को ही। तो डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर के विचार जो ओरिजिनल थे उससे काफ़ी कुछ परिवर्तन हो गया है, और वो मामला थोड़ा रिवर्स में जा रहा है। आपका हमारा फर्ज ये है, हम डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर की विचारों को समझें, पढ़ें।
Respected Chair, Professor Narendra Kumar, and respected panelist, Sir M. Kondadaran, Advocate M. Rajendra Reddy, Mahendra Kumar Anand, Umesh, Subjit Askar, and the eminent personalities, Ambedkarites and great leaders presented here. My dear comrades and dear friends, first of all, let me greet you in the name of our liberated leader and savior, Baba Sahib Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Jai Bhim! I thanks Mallepalli Laxmaiah ji and Center for Dalit Studies for inviting me and our team of leaders belong to Ambedkarite Democratic Front. It's a network of around 100 Dalit tribal and community organizations of the state, that's Kerala, to this historic conclave of Indian Constitution. Today, when the constitutional values are under siege, to speak about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the Constitution of India is not an academic exercise. Rather, it is a political necessity. To speak of the Constitution and the constitutional values today is to speak of resistance. Resistance to the Brahminism and the caste hierarchy and economic exploitation, and also against Hindutva fascism. Actually, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar has not drafted this constitution to preserve the existing Brahminical social order. He forged it as a weapon to fight against caste domination and economic exploitation. This constitutional justice was not an abstract morality, but it's a program for socio-economic change. For political democracy must be social and economic democracy. Today, the constitution itself is under systematic assault. Brahminical and communal forces seek to hollow it out while using its language to legitimize the existing inequality. This is why constitutional literacy must become a mass political movement today. The people must learn the constitution not as a law alone, but as an instrument of resistance. The constitution must enter to the streets, to the academics, to the classroom, and everywhere. And it cannot be remained as imprisoned within the courtrooms or elite institutions, treated as an obstacle to profit and economic progress of the nation. This economic order demands the retreat of the welfare state and the advance of corporate power. In response, the constitutional justice must be extended into the economic sphere also. And I would like to remember the words of Babasaheb Ambedkar. I would like to adopt the principle of one man, one value in all walks of life. So this one man and one value, that principle must be adopted in our economic life, our economic sphere of the society. So corporate social responsibility is not a charity of the corporates. It is a social accountability towards those people who labored for the economy of the nation. So CSR sources must be brought under democratic control and aligned with the constitutional values of equality and redistribution, as very well defined and explained at the fourth part of the constitution, that is DP 38 and 39. This economic must be redistributed towards the common will of the people. So we must campaign for inclusive policies that transform CSR into an instrument of social repair. Public resources cannot be surrendered to private accumulation. There is also a dangerous narrative that reservation and welfare schemes are fragmenting the communities. This argument conceals the real source of fragmentation, the rapid concentration of wealth and power among corporate and caste elites. So we as Ambedkarites, young generation today, we would like to communicate to the Brahminical people who oppose the present reservation system and promote the economic reservation. We would say, okay, we are ready to surrender on this issue or give up this kind of reservation. When the days of corporatism and privatization, the scope of reservation is minimizing and employment is reducing. So what today Ambedkarites are demanding? Reparation or compensation, because it is under of our laws, you Brahminical people are gained. So it has to be maintained. So it has to be balanced. So as in South Africa or America or elsewhere in the part of the world, we demand reparation, one-time compensation or reparation. And elite accumulate social and cultural capital while marginalized communities are pushed into informal labor and unemployment. Their labor is extracted, yet their dignity is denied also. Dalits are excluded not only from the wealth, but from the very culture of investment and entrepreneurship. They face weak network, skill mismatch, and structural barriers built into the market economy. Especially in these days of market maximalism and state minimalism. These are the new trend sphere. Therefore, the struggle for power, equality of rights, equality in resources, sharing of resources. It was not a token inclusion, but material freedom for the majority of the Indian working class, that is Dalits. So Ambedkar's vision was not merely this equality, to defend the constitution. Today, actually, to defend the constitution today is to confront caste. To defend constitution means confront capitalism or neoliberalism. To defend the constitution means combat communalism altogether. So not liberation, liberation. Especially, my final words, as we know, our democracy is in danger. At any time, as they have completed the 100th year of Sangha Parivar, RSS, their target of establishing and declaring India as a Hindu nation is before us. And Baba Saheb Ambedkar has written in 1940 or 45 in his book, Pakistan or Partition, very clearly he has given the warning. We should not, if Hindu Rashtra comes into a reality, it will be a menace to our nation. At any cost, we must resist it. So it is the duty of Ambedkarites to stand up and let us consolidate our efforts and taken up the politics of the constitution, because constitution is danger. And I want to remind the words of Ambedkar again, when democracy is in danger, and bring back our democracy. Concerted action is the call of the time to establish a true democratic polity based on equality, fraternity, and liberty. EVM and Chori are all the weapons of Brahmanical system. Now the election commission has become a Sangha Parivar, maybe RSS headquarters like that. So as Ambedkar, we are not afraid, handed by our leader, our savior Baba Saheb Ambedkar. But unfortunately, this constitution is not in our hands. This constitution fell in the hands of anti-constitutional fascist forces. So historically, we only follow the constitutional values. Dr. Ambedkar came to Kerala, or my state, and he had made a speech. In that speech in Kerala Assembly, he said in 1951, constitutional morality is more important than constitution itself. The Brahmanical people cannot follow constitutional morality because morality is not in their culture, their tradition and their life. But this morality is very much in our culture. Democracy is, face-to-face democracy is in our tradition and culture. So we have to give life to the constitution. Now the Brahmanical forces, then they try to danger and destroy constitution, kill the constitution. It is Ambedkarite community. We have a duty to give blood and life to the constitution. That's why constitution living one. So finally, see, present day electoral system. Now BJP want to reform one India, one election. In place of that, if they are willing to transform or reform this democratic or election system, I propose what Baba Saheb Ambedkar has proposed in 1955, August 27. It was the last All India Scheduled Caste Conference attended by Baba Saheb Ambedkar. He actually presented a resolution. In that resolution, he said, instead of this single member constituency, in place of single member constituencies, India need a plural member constituencies with the cumulative effect. As per today's democratic changes, we can read it as proportionate electoral system. Politicians are sitting there. PES. 80 democracies of the world has been shifted towards proportionate electoral system, where person demand for proportionate electoral system. That is the solution. So finally, in Ambedkar, once again, one of our brother referred about this Pune Pact. And Ambedkar in this very resolution said, bringing back Pune, this separate electorate, restoring the separate electorate is not practical. There is no need of it. In place of that, we should propose PS. It was the stand of Ambedkar. Again, Baba Ambedkar wanted for meaningful representation, effective representation. Now in Indian Parliament, we have 100 MPs. In Kerala Assembly, there are 16 MLAs belong to our community. But now all are closed their mouth. They are silenced. They are actually representing not the community for the party. That is why Ambedkar proposed after his defeat in 1952 and 53, Baba Ambedkar proposed qualitative joint electorate, effective representation. So real Ambedkarite should go to parliament and constituencies. I will stop now. So if this Brahmanical Hindutva India is a problem before us, Ambedkarism is the answer. Constitution is the answer. Indian Constitution is the minimum program. Ambedkarism is its maximum program. So only Ambedkarism can bring back democracy. Ambedkar can lead the battle for democracy. So Ambedkar has a duty to come forward and lead the battle. But we don't merely concentrate our politics in community alone. We don't accept community politics. We don't accept, because in state and minority, Ambedkar very well clear that in place of these communal majority, political majority, communal majority is deciding facts. So communal majority is a dangerous thing. So what we stand for political democracy based on ideology, policies and programs. So Baba Ambedkar's final lesson was Republican consciousness to build a new India. Republican Chedana, Republican consciousness. It embraces every Indian, every citizen. But those people believe in the principle of the Constitution or equality and fraternity and liberty should lead democracy. But even the Brahmin can come join to transform India, to build a new India, an egalitarian India. So today, tomorrow, if Ambedkar is, we are all assembled today, we have a duty to have our own political alternative. I expect if tomorrow, as based on CDS, tomorrow I hope that Ambedkar's community all over India will come and consolidate, and we will come with the Ambedkar's strong political party to bring back the true democracy in India. So let us come forward and let us assemble for that. So thank you for your patient listening. Jai Bhim!
Thank you very much. We listen to Ambuj Action. He is from Kerala. And now I would request Dr. Umesh to come and present his ideas. Thank you. Professor Kodanram would like to leave because he has some work to do. So please, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Jai Bhim, everyone. Respected chair, panelist, and audience. I thank to CDS and organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I'll be speaking about constitutional morality today. Some of the speakers already have mentioned about the term and explained also a little bit how my idea would be kind of new intervention while understanding constitutional morality. That is all about it, and I titled it as Ambedkar's Constitutional Morality and Pragmatism, Protest Democratic Resistance in Caste Society. So the basic premise is, or the initial statement is that the constitutional morality is often understood in a very narrow sense. Basically as the adherence to constitutional values, and more than that, putting it in the context of judicial framework, or when it comes to judges to take decisions or to give verdict. So they use it as a device or norm. But my reading of Ambedkar's understanding of constitutional morality is that his idea was more deeper, more comprehensive, and multi-directional, and overall grounded in his political pragmatism. उनकी जो व्यवहारवाद की समझ थी, या फिर जो उनका यथार्थ वादी जो तरीका था पॉलिटिक्स को समझने का, या फिर उनके खुद के जो प्रोटेस्ट मूवमेंट्स हैं, एक तरह से स्टार्टिंग से लेकर लास्ट तक जो एक इवॉल्व हुआ है उनका तरीका या उनकी अप्रोच, इन सारी चीज़ों को समझने के लिए वो काफ़ी हद तक प्रैग्मेटिक था और माना जाता है, जो कि उनके टीचर जॉन डेवी से प्रभावित था। मैं समझता हूँ कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी, अंबेडकर इसको एक थ्योरी ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशनल कंडक्ट की तरह समझना चाहते थे और समझने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, या फिर डेमोक्रेटिक एक्शन और प्रोटेस्ट के तौर पर समझने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। हालांकि एक समझदारी ये भी थी कि adherence to or paramount reverence, what he quoted George Grote while defining constitutional morality. So it's one side paramount reverence or adherence towards the constitutional forms and values. Other side is also a kind of device through which we solve the conflicts, particularly when it comes to state and citizens. जो डिस्प्यूट्स होते हैं या फिर among given citizens जो डिस्प्यूट्स होते हैं, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स होते हैं, उनको कैसे सॉल्व किया जाए, इस पर्टिकुलर डिवाइस के तौर पर अंबेडकर इसको जब हम ये समझें कि उनकी एक गहरी समझ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी की हमें इस तरफ ले जाती है, और फिर इसके तहत कैसे जो है सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन लाया जाए या फिर सोशल चेंज लाया जाए, इस तरफ हमें उनकी अप्रोच ले जाती है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये उनके लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस पे आधारित था। उनके जो लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस थे, खासकर अगर पूना पैक्ट का एपिसोड देखा जाए तो उससे अंबेडकर तक ये सीखते हैं, जब वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी के तहत एक डेमोक्रेटिक अप्रोच ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट और जो विद इन द लिमिट्स ऑफ लॉज but not strictly, but of course within the limits of constitutional or constitutional institutionalism, अंबेडकर का मानना है कि एक तरह की प्रोटेस्ट मेथड जैसे कि हंगर स्ट्राइक या गांधीयन वे ऑफ सत्याग्रह, ये कहीं ना कहीं अपोनेंट्स को मजबूर करता है आपकी बात मनवाने के लिए, भले ही वो आपसे कन्विंस हो या ना हो, जो कि पूना पैक्ट में अंबेडकर के साथ भी ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ। अंबेडकर इसको अगर हम कहें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी, इसको डिफाइन करते हैं एक तरह से रेस्ट्रेंट इन एक्सरसाइजिंग पावर, कि जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोजीशंस पे लोग बैठे हैं वो किस तरह से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी के फ्रेमवर्क में ही उस जो पद है उसको संभालें या फिर बिहेवियर अपना रखें सिटीजन्स के सामने, या जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ पॉलिसी वो करें। और दूसरी तरफ जो सिटीजन्स हैं वो कैसे अथॉरिटीज़ को अप्रोच कर रहे हैं, या फिर अगर उनसे डिसएग्री हैं तो कैसे अपनी डिसेंट को प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, इसको भी अंबेडकर इसमें शामिल करते हैं। और फिर साथ में ये भी बात करते हैं अंबेडकर थ्रू दी कोटिंग ग्रोट कि कैसे कंटिन्यूअस क्रिटिक विदाउट डिस्ट्रॉइंग कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्ट्रक्चर पॉसिबल हो सके। तो दूसरी तरफ अगर देखा जाए किस तरह की प्रोटेस्ट मूवमेंट्स हैं हमारे पास, तो एक तरह का वायलेंट अप्रोच होती है कि वायलेंस के थ्रू हम सोशल चेंज लाएं, और दूसरा जो एक बहुत रोमांटिसाइज्ड आइडिया है या बहुत थ्योरेटिकल आइडिया है जो सिविल डिसओबीडियंस का या फिर जो गांधीयन फॉर्म ऑफ सत्याग्रह, इन दोनों से वो कन्विंस नहीं है, इन दोनों को वो रिजेक्ट करते हैं। और उनका रिजेक्शन जो है हमें इस ओर ले जाता है कि हमें जो है प्रैग्मेटिक तौर पर ही सोशल चेंज को लाने के लिए हमें प्रोटेस्ट करना चाहिए, या फिर जो भी मोड ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट हो उसको अपनाना चाहिए, ताकि जो गिवन स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ सोसाइटी है, कास्ट सोसाइटी, वो जब मिक्स्ड होता है स्टेट पावर के साथ तो कैसे आपको सप्रेस कर सकता है। यानी कि आप एक तरफ अगर if you adopt the violent mode of protection or some other kinds of grammar of anarchy, what he termed Ambedkar like भूख हड़ताल and इस तरह के जो methods हैं, तो उनमें स्टेट कैसे सप्रेस कर सकता है, या फिर जो एंड होगा वो वास्तव में आप वहाँ तक पहुँचेंगे कि अपनी मंजिल तक पहुँचेंगे कि नहीं पहुँचेंगे, इसकी कोई गारंटी नहीं है। तो इन अ गिवन स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ कास्ट सोसाइटी हमको ऐसी प्रोटेस्ट अपनानी है जो लॉन्गर टर्म्स में सक्सेसफुल साबित हो, या फिर एक सस्टेन्ड वे ऑफ इंगेजमेंट विद सोशल चेंज का रास्ता जो है वो इख्तियार कर सके या तैयार कर सके। इसके अलावा अगर हम देखें तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी को अगर हम दूसरे शब्द में कहें कि डेमोक्रेसी एज अ वे ऑफ लाइफ, जो अम्बेडकर का डेमोक्रेसी का एक गहरी समझ है, वो उसको केवल पॉलिटिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन के तौर पर नहीं समझते हैं या पॉलिटिकल डेमोक्रेसी तक सीमित नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि जो सोशल एंड जो इकोनॉमिक डेमोक्रेसी है उस तक ले जाते हैं। हालांकि मैं उन डेफिनेशंस पे नहीं जाता हूँ, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो एडिशनल जो कोट्स अम्बेडकर के वो मैं जरूर कहूँगा। जैसे पहले ही जो स्पीकर से वो मेंशन कर चुके हैं, अम्बेडकर कहते हैं कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी इज नॉट अ नेचुरल सेंटिमेंट, इट हैज़ टू बी कल्टिवेटेड, वी मस्ट रियलाइज दैट आवर पीपल हैव इट टू लर्न इट, डेमोक्रेसी इज इन इंडिया इज नॉट ओनली अ टॉप it is only a top dressing on the Indian soil, which is essentially undemocratic. And he emphasized that constitutional morality must be cultivated and respected by both ruling and opposition parties. Now, coming to the one last section, which is on particularly contemporary politics or protest movement in India. अगर हम कुछ examples लें तो अगर दलित मूवमेंट का एग्जांपल लें तो दलित मूवमेंट को मैं इस फ्रेमवर्क में अगर एनालाइज करूं तो मैं समझता हूं कि दिस मोस्ट सक्सेसफुल मूवमेंट्स इन इंडिया इन टर्म्स ऑफ सस्टेनिंग एंड अचीविंग द गोल्स, चाहे वो अम्बेडकर का खुद का लाइफ जर्नी अगर आप देखें और या फिर तमाम और आपको एग्जांपल मिल जाएंगे। सबसे अच्छा एग्जांपल हमारे पास ही अगर हम लक्ष्मैया सर का एग्जांपल लें तो the way he has he is putting efforts to materialize the goals, whether in terms of successfully materializing the project of Buddha Vanam or CDS. So I think he's very much in deep understanding of Ambedkar's pragmatic approach. Or the second example, the most prominent example would be of Ronki Ram, that how he has been successful in bargaining with the mainstream political forces and brought a change that was very unexceptional and unprecedented. Other than that, overall we understand the Ambedkar's approach of politics, but we need a kind of deeper understanding, because we witness that no other than Ambedkar or few other leaders that we can count on fingers that we could have produced within the Dalit movements, and comparing the Dalit movement with other kinds of movements and particularly minority movement or tribal movement, though all are coming together nowadays under one umbrella, that's a very good signal. But some of the instances we have, whether it's Rohit Bemula case, we don't want that our people to lose, or that is very unfortunate thing. Life matters, that for Ambedkar. So we need to be very practical, very strategic, very systematic the way we engage with this caste society to bring change. And particularly when we talk about the other kinds of movements, some instances I can count that is related to JNU, the case of Umar Khalid as Sarjil Imam. So I would say that it's not that Ambedkar is saying that you can't do protest or you can't do launch protest movements or different forms of even some radical, some in moderation or whatever, but we need to be strategic, we need to plan better, we need to be cautious that what would be the repercussions and what would be the consequences if you're jailed for whole of your life, or if you're killed, if you come to the situation where you have to sacrifice your life. That becomes, I think, a kind of misunderstanding or whatever you term it, and can be, of course, corrected with the right reading of Ambedkar's. So with these words, I would conclude by saying that there is a kind of research gap in academia too, that the way constitutional morality has been understood so far, the conception can be extended to what I have proposed here, and and materializing it into the form of a kind of resistance that we have, ongoing resistance. Thank you so much, Chair and panelists and audience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umesh. Now we have Dr. Subhajit Naskar, who has come from West Bengal. Yeah.
I'd like to thank Professor Narendra Kumar sir for chairing this session. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Laxmaiah sir, Mallepalli Laxmaiah, who is spearheading, not merely a director of CDS, was also spearheading a movement through CDS and or even Buddhavaram project and all. Also setting all the luminaries like Prof.R.Limbadri, my own professor in HCU, Professor Retd sir, and Professor Ronki Ram was here, and also I would like to thank Dr. Sekhar Vundru. Without his name, probably this entire program of 75 lectures would have not happened. So with these words, and a very good evening to all of you, and Jai Bhim for attending this. What I have planned to do is that I'll take a quick 10-15 minutes to give you a glimpse into the contrasting visions of what we call the constitutional idea of justice, and in doing so, I would try to heavily rely on a speech that Dr. Ambedkar had delivered on the eve of Constitution Adoption Day in 1949, 26th November, and it's later on in bits and pieces been popularized as one of the very important prologue of what you call the Constitution of India. So it's a must-read speech of some 4 or 5 pages, which has been very well documented in Dr. Ambedkar's writings and speeches, and also freely available. But some of these portions that I would like to quote before all of you, to give you a sense of what we are talking today, and in the prevalent scenario of where we are heading through this idea of constitutional justice or constitutional morality, or this whole idea of Indian Constitution. And I mean, there have been so much of discussion on that Constitution is under threat. There is so much of discussion on that constitutional morality that Dr. Ambedkar had dreamt of is never being implemented or could not be inculcated. Rather, we have gone in the reverse direction. So the speech that Dr. Ambedkar had given on the eve of Constitution adoption of 26th, in that speech he heavily talks about that why the Constitution that they have so laboriously, or let's say the Constituent Assembly that has laboriously sort of written, will probably not be able to so fruitful document, or will not be able to stand the test of time if there are so many points that he addresses with that if. And there Dr. Ambedkar says that in the initial days when the Constitution was adopted, or even during the writing of the Constitution, so many from the socialist circles, they said, or they rather propagated this idea that the Indian constitution is not radical enough, or it's not probably revolutionary enough to have in a country which needs what you call radical transformation or a revolutionary transformation on the adoption day, where he says that my friends in the socialist circles and the communist circles, they think that this is not really enough. This document that we have produced in the form of constitution will not be adequate enough to change the society. Now, today, if you look at the scenario, Ambujakshan sir has already talked about it, that the prevalent Brahmanism grown up or probably risen in India, that today they are trying to challenge Indian visions of Indian constitution, where on the eve of constitution adoption, it was thought that this document is not going to perform its due duty diligently. But today, the forces, those who want to maintain the status quo of caste, class, even religious supremacy, they think that this is a very... there are today, since we come from academia, you would know that there is a UGC guideline that has been recently published by the University Grants Commission, which is the apex body of the higher education institution of India, in all the public universities and colleges and so on. So this regulation, it's not a new regulation, it's an old regulation which is now been published, because recently those of us are following would know that placed before the Parliament of India, one of the standing committee, TRAs, CPIM, and so many, and it represented all the states. So that private universities, especially the private universities like BITS Pilani, like Ashoka, like Jindal, like so many of these massively disregarding the idea of inclusion. Most of these universities do not have faculties, professors from SC/ST communities, even from OBC communities. And most of these private universities, they have some probably negligent number of students from this marginalized, oppressed communities, maybe 1% in some universities, maybe 2%. So this is a stark reality of the private sector education institutions. Now this committee has gone ahead and suggested to the government of India that it is high time to create an inclusive education, to establish an inclusive idea of education in India, private sector higher education institutions. And this is being now, if you look at this post that report submission, UGC started, some of these Ambedkarites from Maharashtra, the lawyers, they had gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court also Ambedkarite organizations and individuals. So this act needs to be passed, so that the kind of discrimination, that caste-based discrimination that higher education institutions are practicing, they are not been able to disrupt that. And the Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Atrocities Act that we have is not adequate enough to catch hold of these people. Those are discriminating in the higher education institution, because this is a very academic way of discrimination. Some of the discriminations is from Dalit backgrounds or the tribal backgrounds. If they are working with a upper caste professors or upper caste supervisor, they will be discriminated. One is, of course, a blatant discrimination. They will not be allowed to submit their PhD on time. Most of these upper caste professors, they do not directly interact with them or make them feel properly. The chapters will not be passed. So many of these are invisible. You can't catch hold of them. You can't see it. You can't prove it. Now, the act, an Anti-Discrimination Act that we need in the higher education institution, which will catch hold of these perpetrators. Those, even some of these, if you have read Thorat committee report on Professor Thorat, was about to come, but he is probably not coming. So Professor Thorat, when there was a institutional death like Rohit Vemula in AIIMS Delhi, which is the apex medical institution of India, there was a committee which was headed by Professor Thorat, one of which famously became Thorat Committee Report on AIIMS, that has exposed that how there are so many types of these kinds of forms of discriminations are very difficult to get hold. So these are very invisible, these are very polite, these are very subtle sort of thing. Now, look at this. Who are these people? Those are committing these kinds of polite discriminations. These are the most educated upper caste communities. Those would have thought of inculcating moral values, inculcating anti-constitution remarks in the university campuses. Now they are the ones, those are perpetuating these kinds of castes, provide the organs. Constitution can build institution, constitution can build judiciary, constitution can build legislature. Now the people, those are going to sit in this, whether they are going to be IAS, IPS, whether they are going to be a professor, whether they are going to be a politician, whether they are going to be a high court judge or the Supreme Court judge. Now that is the responsibility lies with them to implement democratic values. Now they have been working tirelessly to undo the democratic values that we have. I mean, how many of the IAS or IPS officers that we have, like let's say Dr. Sekhar Vundru or Kaki Madhava Garu, or let's say somebody like Sudheer Babu sir, or so many of them, and NDI opposition's vice presidential candidate. So they have championed the idea of social justice. Now many of them do not. Now the institutions are created, judiciary is there. Now they are expected to follow the constitution. That is the guidebook. Now they have gone back to follow the ancient document that they used to follow before the implementation of the Constitution of India. Now this is the scenario in India where Dr. Ambedkar says that Constitution has provided, just 2 minutes, I will just conclude, has provided all the guidelines, but it can never be implemented in a society which has never seen by the communities, those have never seen the inculcation of the morality. And that is why I say that the idea of this democratic was expected by Dr. Ambedkar, that the equals would be talking against the inequality more. But here in India, the unequals are being flagging the issue that election. When it came to the walking the talk of the social justice, none of these parties, including the opposition parties, they have never implemented the principle of social justice. Whether it's the Congress, whether it's the BJP, you forget about it. They never appoint Dalit chief ministers. They will only appoint the Brahmin and other upper caste and dominant caste chief ministers and influential officers. Even the Congress, they have 2 chief ministers. One is in this very state where we are talking, and also another in Karnataka. Both the chief ministers, on one occasion, they should have appointed at least one Dalit chief minister to walk the talk. But they have not appointed a Dalit chief minister in either of these states. And another state that they are also running, probably Himachal Pradesh. So this is where we are today, see that the constitution, which is being implemented in a society where today a debate is being unleashed by some Brahmin advocates from Bhopal of Madhya Pradesh, where they are saying that Dr. Ambedkar has not done anything. That the guy is a Bhimta, trying to distort our slogan of Jai Bhim, which is nothing but hailing Dr. Ambedkar. And they are saying that B.N. Rao, who was an advisor, I am not going to insult Dr. B.N. Rao, but B.N. Rao was merely a constitution advisor. He is being propagated. So now the basic problem with this, with which I conclude that the problem with this country is that they are rejecting constitution, or they are probably loathing the Constitution of India, not because that the constitution perpetuates some sort of equality, but the constitution was written or probably drafted by a Dalit called Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. With these words, I thank and Jai Bhim once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last speaker, Dr. Jagannath Begari. Yeah. He has come from Gujarat.
respected Chairperson and all my co-panelists on the dais, and respected dignitaries of the dais, and friends sitting and all. Good evening all of you, and Jai Bhim to everybody. And I would like to discuss something something else with regard to dialogic process of Dr. B. Ambedkar. And actually, of course, I spoke this lecture online as a part of our constitutional process of organized by Center for Dalit Studies. And here I am going to discuss something about how the dialogue is important. Dialogue, when we talk about dialogue, that in Hindi we call it the samvad, right? Dialogue is a device, or is a notion, and not always dialogue we do in a compromised manner, or in a consensus manner. Dialogue can be comes under confrontation. Dialogue can be sometimes used as a process in the democratic setup, and dialogues can also be a resistance. But dialogue is not always based on the consensus, but also confrontation, and sometimes mutually we discuss. Some dialogue can also be within the groups. Dialogues can also be with the others, right? So Ambedkar, where I think I locate Ambedkar in this dialogic process in Ambedkar's philosophy or in his actions. So therefore, Ambedkar's, if you see the Ambedkar's whole process, as a subject, as a experienced person, subjective experience particularly, subjective experience coming from the vulnerable background, and be part of very social reformist movements, social revolutionary movements in the country. Almost 1920s till 40s is a journey as a social activist, intellectual, and visiting abroad and interacting with really very eminent personality, philosophers, appreciated or contribute to the whole world, and also understanding Buddhism and deriving the ideas from the Buddhist philosophy about Maitri, about fraternity, that is Maitri, and other sanghas, the democratic process that we talked about. So all this actually made Ambedkar to be a great dialogue, champion of a dialogic process. And dialogue, we can see as an activist, he interacted with many from the 1920s, interacted with many people within the movement, within the scheduled deprived communities, within interacting with them and trying to convince them, and also fighting with others. That art of dialogue we can see in Ambedkar's actions as well. And thereafter, if you see Ambedkar's journey, like not only in social movements, not only a Dalit movement in general, but also he actually worked as a anti-caste, as a part of anti-caste movement, interacted with many people, discussed, debated, and then. But also he has also started political processes as a social movement, revolutionary movements. He actually led Kalaram Temple movement, Mahal Satyagraha, and he interacted with many women's organizations, and then within the movements we worked. At the same time, not only Ambedkar confined to only social reform movement, to actually take front that movement further. Ambedkar actually used media. Ambedkar used the print media, Janta or Muknayak. Those days, actually, speaking today, we are witnessing all electronic print media, mass media, digital media. Those days, there's no as such media those days. Whatever they speak, they should write letters and then communicate that, and then to public meeting, then that's it. Thereafter, debate was also not that. Ambedkar, even those medias, those days even if you go to Maharashtra politics, those days, Tilak had his own print media, paper, and others have their own media. So they don't publish generally these anti-caste movements news. Ambedkar used his own medias like Janta, Muknayak. So through which I think he is trying to interact with the people, trying to communicate his actions, or trying to educate the people who are actually part of the movement, who are not part of the movement, who are trying to understand the movement, or who are suffering from the shackles of these problems caused of discrimination, but they are not getting the space actually to articulate Ambedkar at that point of time actually used this Janata. Today there are many people, even Mallepalli Laxmaiah Sar is one among them, who used these forums to actually articulate the problems of. Therefore, you could see as a result of his struggles in the Andhra Pradesh and all, reflected in Dalit, Center of Dalit Studies, and sitting here today. I think this media actually very important what Ambedkar talked about. Not only Ambedkar confined to that. If you really theoretically, philosophically, or if you understand his actions, and not only Ambedkar actually discussed about social, economical, political, right, equality or freedom. Ambedkar actually, as a part of this political, interventions, political reforms, and political understanding, Ambedkar thought we need to have not only social reform is important, and Ambedkar stood for that entire his life, social reform, social democracy. But Ambedkar also experimented with the political processes. He started Labour Party, then interacted with the people from the Congress Party, interacted with the Jansang, interacted with other people who are actually opponents of the Ambedkar. But that art, I think we have to learn from Ambedkar dialogic process today. Most of the time we stick to ourselves, and within the groups we discuss, but sometimes we are unable to discuss, or maybe we hesitate to discuss with others. But one has to learn from Ambedkar that we have to have the dialogue with not only within, communicating with only with our, but also we have to actually work with, dialogue with others, like the Ambedkar did. Ambedkar has that art. Ambedkar is, today we are all discussing about Ambedkar because he is not only confined to himself, but his entire life. He actually interacted and had a dialogue process with others, mostly others. Even if you see, and not only political places did that. And as a Bombay presidency, he was a member of Labour Commission, and when he actually worked for the labor rights in Bombay presidency. As a Constituent Assembly member, it is not that easy to discuss. There are stalwarts in the Constituent Assembly. There are legal minds of the country and the world celebrated them, their contributions. They are there in the Constituent Assembly. They are very experts. Expert like Patel was there, Munshi was there, Jawaharlal Nehru was there, Sham Prakash Mukherjee was there. There are many people, they are not only within the groups, but they are actually from RSR, Jansang, we see Congress Party, Muslim League, priestly slates. And putting forward his ideology, putting forward his objectives, interacting with members, trying to convince the members about his agenda, that he was sitting in the Constituent Assembly, I think that was really appreciable, and then we have to learn from that art of dialogue, Ambedkar, when he was interacting with that. When we are all 2-3 years back, we were discussing India or it's a Bharat. Whole nation was discovered, it's not India, it is a Bharat. But not a Bharat, is a India. But this debate actually took place during the time of Constituent Assembly, and Ambedkar says it's not only Bharat, but it is India, it's a Bharat, both. There's a consensus phase. It's not that he is not happy with that, but somewhere there is a commonality. There is a commonality. Ultimately, Ambedkar actually wanted to build the nation, make these deprived sections who are not part of the system, who want to contribute to the nation building. They are not allowed to contribute to the nation building. Ambedkar wanted all the deprived section, minorities, women, wanted to be part of the decision making and wanted to be the representative of the parliamentary processes, and then actually put forward very forcefully and with a process of dialogic process. Not that he's fighting, not necessarily always it fight on the roads. That is very much relevant. But at the same time, friends, locating the situations, considering the social complexities, the economic complexities, political turbulences in the country at present, what we are witnessing, I think this kind of processes, actually dialogic process, is very important, where we have to push forward our agenda, that is transformative agendas that Ambedkar actually stood for. Therefore, Ambedkar, as when you see Ambedkar Fundamental Rights Committee, he was part of cabinet, he was part of Constituent Assembly debates, and also he was a part of several subcommittees within the Constitution. Parliament, there is a subcommittee of fundamental rights, Ambedkar part of that. When they are debating about the right to life, life to liberty, right to property, and they are debating about equality before law, Ambedkar actually was because of his huge experiences in dealing with law issues and interacting with the people and confrontation with the problems. Ambedkar actually discussed about the fundamental rights and directive principles. And then not possible to incorporate some issues in fundamental rights, Ambedkar, that can be incorporated in the directive principles. Therefore, not that states, it is the responsibility of the people actually see to that fundamental direct principles can be implemented. It's the soul of the constitution. There are fundamental rights, very important rights like education, 45, 44 articles that are there in the fundamental directive principles. Actually, they are discussed as a part of fundamental rights, but they are incorporated in the directive principles. Because Ambedkar actually contributes very important when we talk about social reform. When we are talking about constitutional making. In constitutional making, we have two agendas in front of the parliament, in front of the our Constitutional Assembly members. One is national unity and integrity. The other one is social reforms in the country. Society should be based on the social reforms, equality before law. All these aspects actually Ambedkar trying to develop, and therefore he started political parties and political processes. Not that is just confined to that. Today we are all actual people, there are many people, intellectuals in the academia. Outside the academia talk, Ambedkar actually contribute only to caste aspects. He was only worked for the caste issues. But I want to remind you all that today there are many feminists in the country. Though they are all good feminists, their feminist philosophies were feminist theories. Ambedkar is the law minister, the first law minister. Ambedkar would have enjoyed the ministry for the still is dead. But Ambedkar actually resigned for his law ministry for the cause of women's equality. When Hindu Code Bill prepared during his illness, prepared it, wanted to let us have a debate on that. Gandhi Nehru was pro in the beginning. Ambedkar, he said, "Go ahead, Ambedkar, I am with you." But there was a risk that, and then he was not interested to actually push that and implement the Hindu Code Bill. Gandhi Nehru was a helpless, modern face, socialistic face. People are celebrating his presence, charismatic leader. But he was also helpless. Ambedkar had no point. And he was inability to actually introduce the Hindu Code Bill. But Ambedkar actually said in his last speech that I am here in the parliament as a minister, not because of my own. I prepared this draft during though I was unwell, but I prepared it and he was not allowed. And therefore Ambedkar had to resign for the law ministry. And it's a dialogue. As I told, the dialogue is not always is a compromise and consensus, but dialogue also is a confrontation. We have to confront such a way that that should be communicatable and then addressed to others and they agree that. If you don't agree, we have to ready for the sacrifice. Ambedkar had that, and when you believe in the sacrifice, I've seen many intellectuals in Telangana, particularly Andhra Pradesh. So they sacrifice their lives for the cause of social justice, for the cause of social inequality, equalities in the society, democratic society in the society. We have seen, we have worked with them very closely. Whereas whatever, when we are working, when we are teaching outside, they always remind us where we stand today. So we are cautious that yes, we have to be very careful about our actions. Therefore, Ambedkar used these forums and then actually uphold the democratic spirit in the country and uphold the independence and submitting the report to the Southbound Committee and submitting report to the Simon Commission report, and talking and part of Pune Pact or roundtable conferences. And you see in Ambedkar's deliberation interactions with many people in the country. But Ambedkar's actual ultimate objective was actually to uphold the social justice, equality, women's cause, deprived sections, and going to the opposite assembly representing these sections. So actually we as a student of political science, myself, or as a social activist, whatever roles that we play in our life today, actually we have to remind ourselves, we believe in Ambedkar's philosophy, that is very important, that helps us actually to, whenever we are talking about representations, in terms of representation, recognition, redistribution of resources in the society, actually Ambedkar stood for those values. We actually have to see to it that Ambedkar's values to be followed, and And Constitution, one more thing I want to bring to your notice, and 1 minute, I'll complete it. So there is a difference between what is Constitution and what is constitutionalism. You saw that having Constitution, right? We are all having Constitution. Today there are many, more than 400 provisions in the Constitution. 12 schedules, parts. There are everything that is written in the Constitution. Formally there is system in place. We are all having the system, we are placed everything that addresses to the problems of the society. That's well, fine and good. But what about constitutionalism today? We have a constitution. Having constitution itself is not sufficient. And even a dictator can have a constitution. He can say that I have a constitution, I am ruling the country. But my dear friends, and it is time for us actually to realize that constitution has to be translated into constitutionalism. That is more important. Judiciary rules are there, regulations are there, there is a public policies are there, there is SC/ST atrocities, Elimination Act is there, women's equality, everything, provisions are there. But yesterday I was talking about there is difficult to implement those. Is that my friend was telling constitutional morality is important. Therefore, my dear friends, we have to see that we have to use the democratic processes, the dialogic processes. And though I'm using the dialogic processes, it's not only the written text actually. Constitutional dialogic process is an activistic approach as well. It is a resistance aspect as well. It is a democratic political processes as well. You can participate as a MLAs, you can enter into the assemblies, but you should not forget that what Ambedkar stood for by using dialogic process. That is representation, recognition, redistribution of resources in the society, and translating the values into the otherwise our democracy, Indian democracy, as brothers were saying, it looks good, but there is a problem in the democracy, and therefore we have to see that all formal democratic procedures need to be implemented, and then we should witness the substantial democracy. Otherwise there is no meaning to democracy, and I think we have to use dialogic process effectively, and how we use the dialogic processes, that is important. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the panelists. Shall we go for some questions or no? Okay. Okay. So मुझसे जी अगला अम्बेडकर कौन होगा, ये तो हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि कितना मुश्किल सवाल है ये, और जितना हम लोग आसपास देख पा रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि फिलहाल तो कहीं है नहीं, तो कब होगा हो सकता है आ जाए कभी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि परिस्थितियाँ बदलती हैं, सब कुछ बदलता है, तो उस सेंस में मतलब एक समय में ये था कि डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर थे तो जब कहीं, तो इसी तरह से लोग आते हैं अपने अपने समय में, और लेकिन उसी तरह की पर्सनैलिटी चल रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक विल कंक्लूड दिस सेशन हियर. लेट मी थैंक ऑल द पैनलिस्ट फॉर मेकिंग देयर प्रेजेंटेशन on the constitutional justice coming from, let's say, constitutional morality, constitutional justice, constitutional dialogical processes, and many others. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim. Yeah.
Please be seated.
Good evening, everyone. Next session is Social Justice and Directive Principles of State Policy. Chair of the session is Sudheer Vishwapremi. I request Sudheer ji to chair the session. I invite Professor D.N. Reddy garu, Dr. Pranmal Ravindran, Professor Chavi Raghunathan, Dr. Venu Vijay Kumar, Mr. Ram Kumar. I request Sudheer ji to conduct the proceedings.
थैंक यू लिम्बाद्री साहब। साथी बहुत से चाय के ब्रेक में अस्त व्यस्त हो गए हैं, यहीं दे रहे हैं, तो सभी से गुजारिश है कि अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें। ठीक है, कुछ भारी भी हो गया होगा। जय भीम, जय भीम, जय भीम। आदरणीय साथियों, सबसे पहले मैं आदरणीय माल्लेपल्ली लक्ष्मैया जी और उनकी पूरी टीम का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आज का ये जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कॉन्क्लेव है, इसमें इस सेशन के चेयर के लिए मुझे इनवाइट किया। आदरणीय लक्ष्मैया जी पिछले 4 साल से हमें गाइड कर रहे हैं और जैसा कि साथियों ने कहा, इन्होंने CDS का फाउंडेशन रखा और आज यहाँ तक पहुँचा, बुद्ध वन विहार का। इसके साथ साथ यहाँ एक आंदोलन हुआ तेलंगाना में, जिस पे हम बात करेंगे, जो सोशल जस्टिस के एजेंडे को, इकोनॉमिक जस्टिस के एजेंडे को कैसे आगे बढ़ाया, उसके भी उस पूरे पैरवी का जो मूवमेंट रहा। तमाम तरह के दलित सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को इकट्ठा करके सामाजिक न्याय समानता के जो पक्षधर लोग थे, उनको जोड़ करके एक आंदोलन तेलंगाना में शुरू हुआ और यहाँ शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब डेवलपमेंट फंड का कानून बना। तो इसके लिए भी हम इनके आभारी हैं और वो एक आज भी एक मॉडल एक्ट के तौर पर पूरे देश में जाना जाता है। लास्ट ईयर हम इसी तरह का एक कॉन्क्लेव यहाँ हुआ, हमने विजिट किया एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, सिद्धिपेट डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, और जो यहाँ भी मीडिया के साथ बात की। और हिमाचल में एक प्रक्रिया इनके मार्गदर्शन में शुरू हुई है, जो अपने आप में हो रहे हैं और पिछले 3 साल से इसको आगे बढ़ाने में, वो सुनिश्चित करने में, सामाजिक न्याय, आर्थिक न्याय सुनिश्चित करने में, जो भारत के संविधान का जो पार्ट 4 है, उसमें जो राज्य के नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांत हैं, उन सिद्धांतों के तहत उस सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय के एजेंडे को कैसे जा सकता है, वो आज के दौर में बड़ा चैलेंजिंग दौर है, बड़ा चुनौतीपूर्ण दौर है। हम बात करेंगे मुख्य तौर पे आर्टिकल 38 में जो सामाजिक, जो आजीविका के संसाधन है, जल जंगल जमीन है, उसका समान वितरण कैसे हो, हम उस पे बात करेंगे। हम आर्टिकल 40 की बात करेंगे जो एक डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन के रूप में 73rd 74th अमेंडमेंट के रूप में आया, पंचायतों के तौर पे जो कह रहा है कि ये जो लोकल गवर्नमेंट है ये लोकल गवर्नेंस के रूप में काम करेगा, और वो मुख्य तौर पर बात करता है कि वो सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय भी सुनिश्चित करने में उसको मैंडेट देगा। पंचायतों को वो मैंडेट दिया गया, लोकल गवर्नेंस को। भारत में 70 वर्षों में क्या वो उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ पाए? अभी पिछले सत्र में भी चर्चा हुई, शुरुआती चर्चा में हुई कि कुछ हमें अलग अलग बिंदुओं पे बातचीत हुई और ये भी माना गया कि क्या हमारी पंचायत एक अलग होगी, हमें कैसे एक्सक्लूड किया गया। परंतु हम ये मानते हैं कि इस समाज की जवाबदेही है, समाज की जवाबदेही है कि एक सामाजिक रूप से न्याय संगत और सामाजिक रूप से सुरक्षित समाज बने। ये सामाजिक जवाबदेही आर्टिकल 40 के तहत जो 73rd 74th अमेंडमेंट आया, और हम चर्चा करेंगे इस सेशन के दौरान आर्टिकल 46। आर्टिकल 38 कहता है कि आप उस तरफ बढ़ेंगे, सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, और आर्टिकल 46 जो है वो प्रोटेक्ट करेगा हमारे सोशल और इकोनॉमिक राइट्स की बात करता है। वो प्रोटेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, राज्यों को ऐसी नीतियां बनानी पड़ेगी, ऐसे कार्यक्रम बनाने पड़ेंगे। तो ये जो राज्य के नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांत हैं, इनके तहत आज तक पिछले 75 वर्षों में जो भी कानून बने, जो भी योजनाएं बनी, जो भी एक डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन सेटअप हुए, उनकी क्या स्थिति है वर्तमान दौर में। और सुबह प्रोफेसर हरगोपाल जी ने एक चिंता व्यक्त की कि आज के इस वैश्वीकरण के दौर में, ग्लोबलाइजेशन के दौर में किस तरह की चुनौतियां हैं। हम आज कहते हैं कि जो राज्य के नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांत हैं वो राज्य को एक कल्याणकारी राज्य बनाने की बात करता है, परंतु क्या वो राज्य हर नागरिक को, उस देश के हर नागरिक को रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, शिक्षा, दवाई की व्यवस्था, सम्मान की जिंदगी की व्यवस्था दे सकता है? ये बड़ी चुनौती आने वाले दौर में है, क्योंकि जिस तरह का निजीकरण हो रहा है, तमाम और जो जमीन है, जो जमीन हम लोगों को नहीं मिली, करोड़ों भूमिहीन है देश में, दलित, आदिवासी, महिलाएं, उनको जमीन नहीं मिली, और दूसरी तरफ कॉर्पोरेट को जमीन दी जा रही है। तो ये जो तमाम सवाल है कि आज के इस वैश्वीकरण के दौर में जो निजीकरण हो रहा है, इस दौर में ये जो राज्य के नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांत हैं, जो हमारे सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय सुनिश्चित करने की बात करते हैं, एक डेमोक्रेटिक स्पेस में हम लोगों को समान जो आजीविका के संसाधन है, जमीन है, जंगल है, पानी है, वो उसका न्यायपूर्ण बंटवारे की बात करता है। तो इस दौर में वो कैसे सुनिश्चित होगा, इन 75 सालों में क्या स्थितियां रहेगी। तो आदरणीय जो पैनलिस्ट हैं वो इस पे इस सेशन में चर्चा करेंगे। तो मैं डॉक्टर DN रेड्डी जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो इस पे बात रखें। डॉक्टर DN रेड्डी, थैंक यू।
Mr. Chairman Sudheer ji, my fellow panelists and distinguished participants in this conclave, I would like to be very brief because most of the things that we have said so far also have to do with that of what perhaps we are supposed to discuss in this session, which focuses on directive principles of state policy and the neoliberal economic reforms. I would briefly refer to the context in which the directive principles of state policy has been brought in. Jagannathan was telling about dialogues the way in which Ambedkar tried to deal with people who were dead against some of his ideas. And it's well known that when this repeatedly said, I just, let's say, bring to your notice when it comes to the question of directive principles of state policy and how it has become, let's say, part 4 of the Constitution, whereas some of the, our chairperson was emphasizing how critical they are in social transformation. If you look at Indian Constitution more as a document of transformation, social and economic political transformation, most of the things which could be seen as a fundamental transformation one could see in the directive principles of state policy. And when we also talk in terms of why it becomes very important, because when it comes to the question of directive principles of state policy, it deals with that of society, transformation of society. Whereas we talk in terms of fundamental rights, they are concerned with that of individual rights. While assuring, let's say, individuals the kind of rights, if you think in terms of the individuals playing a role in transforming society, that would be very disappointing. Therefore, you must have state to do that. So, when I think Ambedkar took his presentation he made at the, it is very famously known as the State and Minorities document, which he presented in 1946, the All India Scheduled Caste Federation meeting. He also wanted the Constituent Assembly to discuss this document as a part of the Indian Constitution. There was reference even in this meeting to that of, let's say, Ambedkar's State and Minorities, the paper he presented at All India Scheduled Caste Federation. But there were critical things which were not raised here. It's known now. The second part of this presentation in that paper refers to that of certain aspects which are directly related to that of economic transformation. There are 3 things that it raises. One is, of course, it refers to that of all basic and key industries owned and operated by the state. The second refers to that of the state entirely taking up insurance as a part of the state's own enterprises and providing every citizen insurance by the state. The third, of course, many of you would recall, is a more radical kind of a proposal which refers to that of taking over all the land and distributing among the cultivators at the behest of the state. You could see the Constituent Assembly composition, and if these proposals go to them, there are big industrialists, there are landlords, and then when it comes to the question of the state doing entire transformation business, there is very stiff resistance. And therefore, he had to withdraw. This is where Jagannathan's dialogue matters, in the sense he was trying to say that, you know that it can't be pushed through, but what do you do with that? Without the kind of things proposed, you can't think in terms, you can give fundamental rights, but you can't change society by giving fundamental rights. And therefore, you have to take it as a separate part, and you can't, let's say, take these things which relates to that of social transformation as much as, let's say, reservations, for instance, the major one. And then when it comes to the economy, it refers to that of resources, question of income, distribution, wealth, And in fact, he was referring to that of resources in a larger sense, forests, people living in forests, their rights, all these things come under this. And then he had to compromise to put it as, let's say, part 4, which is not justiciable. So you give fundamental rights which are justiciable, and you put these fundamental transformative kind of provisions. I mean, I'm not going to list out all these articles he himself, everybody was talking about. Article 31 to that of 56, 57, I think. These are the articles within the part 4. They are very critical for transforming society, socially as much as economically, although politically you must have ensured some rights in the part which we refer to that of fundamental rights. Therefore, he takes it there, and then when we talk in terms of the context, and then of course, how do you implement them? You may make law, I mean that all these directive principles of state policy, it assigns the duty to the state through that of, let's say, either policies or through that of legislative policies, take these things forward of, let's say, either land reforms or, for instance, distributive justice in terms of income and wealth. State must make legislative measures. So what is interesting is these legislative measures must be brought in, but you can't fight for those legislative measures to be implemented as a right. That when it comes to the question of income or wealth distribution, I can't claim that I must have a share in this particular kind of, let's say, process. In fact, what has happened is there is a kind of, when it comes to the question of laws made, for instance, the famous example is that of land reforms. When you bring in a law relating to the land reforms, then you bring in from the fundamental rights my right to, let's say, property. Land is the biggest property, and therefore there is objections to that of, let's say, that land reform is a form of redistributive reform, comes in the way of my right to hold my own property. Therefore, there are a series of contestations. Strangely, you have basic transformative aspects in part 4, what could be called as the directive principles, which can't be justiciable. And then you are right, the fundamental right which objects to that. Whatever you do, that see that I have a bus series of cases which we refer to. I have a bus trans, I operate, I can have any number of buses. That state nationalizes, he goes his property rights. And therefore, how do you deal with this? I mean, this is exactly where you find an invention called, let's say, 9th schedule. You amend the constitution, put a 9th schedule, wherein you put some of the laws made or those which cannot be, let's say, disputed. That's it. In fact, Justice Gawai, before he was retiring, he gave a lecture to that of, let's say, the Bar Council, wherein he says that there were as many as 244 laws made to carry forward the directive principles of state policy, which had to be put in 9th schedule. There are objections, and you see that these objections are not again repeated. Therefore, land reforms, the first set of laws, which had to be put in, let's say, 9th schedule. You create a 9th schedule, put there, and then avoid, let's say, possible, let's say, restriction. But when it comes to the question of the kind of things that are happening, then in fact, many people, the chairperson also was referring to Hargopal's speech. He raised a question, can we see Indian Constitution continuing to have its course in the present juncture? There is repeated reference to that of Hindutva, culturally they would like to see constitution survive. They have their own notions, and therefore you may, as someone was talking about the quote, trying to quote from Dharmasastras or Puranas. And therefore the other side is much more dangerous. This is what we are referring to neoliberal reforms. The introduction of neoliberal reforms. What is neoliberal? Normally we do keep on talking about neoliberal. Liberal aspect comes in when you talk in terms of there is an economy which is supposed to be run through that of self-interest, which is reflected in the market, and therefore the markets are most efficient mechanisms to allocate resources and improve efficiency. That was the classical notion of, let's say, markets should not be abstracted, but what perhaps people need is you make laws to protect people's perhaps lives and then also the properties, and then allow the market to function. And any intervention in the market is not supposed to be ideal. That is classical liberalism. But when we refer to that as that classical liberalism where markets are supposed to function better, most of the time they run into, let's say, either overproduction or, let's say, lack of, let's say, adequate kind of what may be called as, let's say, resources, or lack of employment, kind of these things. Therefore, there is a new liberalism where state also must play a role. Whenever there is a crisis in the market, state must intervene and help. If there is lack of employment, the market is not providing, state must provide. That is new liberalism. But what is this neoliberalism? Neoliberalism insists that most of the things which can be done by the market or private should be left to the private market interests. I mean, this comes as a major thrust when that we talk in terms, we spend a lot of time talking about neoliberalism, Washington consensus opening up. What exactly is happening? How does the neoliberal market reforms? The major market reform is, let's say, privately the LPG, popularly known as liberalization. When it comes to the question of liberalization here should be understood. They talk in terms of structural adjustment. When we talk in terms of a state, there are two institutions, an economy, the state and the market. What we are talking about liberalization is the adjustment that we make between these institutions are such, you make increasingly the state to withdraw and allow the market to move forward. So this is the basic kind of a structural adjustment philosophy, and therefore what it means is privatize. No border, no, perhaps now of course Trump may be taking it back because they were the ones who brought Washington consensus. His predecessor, Republican president, this Republican seems to be violating his own rules and doing several other things of which perhaps there is no clue. But anyway, since then, 1990s onwards, if you look at, let's say, it doesn't start with that of what could be called as economy as such, not merely production, but it has penetrated into that of every aspect of what we are referring to social as well as economic. One most important social institutions are, let's say, education. And then you talk in terms of no limits barred kind of expansion of education. I think with Professor, from his experience as the chair, and of course long experience in Osmania, he was telling that extensive, unbridled kind of, let's say, expansion of, let's say, privatization of education facilities, of course, right from the school to that of, let's say, higher education levels. I mean, what happens is that there are, when it comes to the question of privatizing the institutions, including that of education and health, it is actually, let's say, take I mean, state taking out its responsibility for ensuring right to what could be called as a decent life, through that a better education and intellectual activity, which is supported by better health. And this process is moving on in such an unbridled way. And therefore we start raising questions. If this kind of a policy goes in, already you see the balance has turned. I mean that the higher education institutions numbers he has given, it's already there are more private universities deemed or not deemed than that of, let's say, the so-called state universities. There are two ways it affects. One, of course, we talk in terms of reservations, in terms of student reservations. The other is the people who work in the universities. One of the easiest way of coming out of this kind of reservation is, let's say, if you look at the school to that of, let's say, university, private institutions, there's hardly any employment through that of reservations in these institutions. That means you entirely try to cut short whatever provisions you think you are provided by the Constitution. The worst thing is happening in terms of, let's say, economic activities. Every kind of production, but see, there are major, what we used to call as, let's say, key and basic industries. We never thought that there would be private electricity generation. We never thought private road laying. We never thought, these are all supposed to be basic kind of a infrastructure which is invariably provided by the states. But none of these things now are restricted to that of, let's say, only the state. All these are open to that of, let's say, private sector. And of course, much more lucrative is that of mines. The resources not only of, let's say, what could be called as, you could talk in terms of, this is where we say that what we say is, let's say, the land, which talks in terms of mines, the sky, which talks in terms of the communication things, they run on ether. That means the land, air and water. Everything is getting privatized. The process, what happens is, I just close by saying, unbearable kind of, let's say, inequality happens. That means that if you continuously, there is another, I just want to say a word about, I draw your attention because generally there is a widespread propaganda saying that reservations are the ones which deny jobs to that of others who don't get reservations. But if you look into this is an interesting report by the Scheduled Caste Commission. Now, of course, there used to be earlier one commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes. Now there are two commissions. This is based on 2015-16 census. This caste census they conducted, but it's not widely publicized. On the basis of that, if you ask a question across the population, we may say that 18% is reserved for, let's say, scheduled castes. But if you go back to that of, let's say, how many scheduled caste households have persons working under reservations, that means if you take the total households or population of scheduled castes, what is the proportion of this population which enjoys reservation, either state or central government? I mean, the statistics are somewhat shocking. Actually, in government jobs, out of the total scheduled caste households, in the government jobs, there are 0.75. What does it mean? If you keep on, let's say, privatizing most of the activities, the jobs in the government sector. Yesterday, a former finance minister was giving statistics. He is criticizing the present government for not filling vacancies. In banks, there are about 5 lakh vacancies in different cadres. These banks are, most of the banks are nationalized banks, and you can't, let's say, fill the vacancies without reservations, but they're not filling. 5 lakh vacancies in banks. In railways, you part by part, you start privatizing. Now I think your coach making is also privatized, catering is privatized, booking would be privatized, and in the process what you are doing is denying the proportion of jobs otherwise would have come under reservation. So if you take into consideration the present position, because of the contracting kind of, let's say, opportunities through reservation, I mean, this must be told to those who criticize the reservations as coming in the way of those people who do not have reservation. The fact is that as far as the scheduled castes are concerned, in the government jobs of the total scheduled caste households, see, there is 2 ways. You must see that if you say 18%, if you have jobs there, if you close a public sector unit, where are the jobs? So your 18% is in terms of available jobs. If the available jobs come down, your 18% comes to what is here. Here I think if you count the entire population, the proportion of households, scheduled caste households, having a reserved job in government is 0.75. And then, of course, the others have, pardon? This is national. National. In fact, this is the other side also one could see. All other households. You take scheduled 18% in population, you take other households. They also, it's not, you don't have extensive government jobs. There's a misconception that because of reservation, other people are not getting jobs. Where are we? What is the, even if banks are not filling 5 lakh jobs, railways, it used to be, when I was doing research on railways, 18 lakhs was the employment. How can it come down to 12 lakhs now? You're parceling out some of the activities, and you're also not employing people in those positions where I think there's an opportunity. Even the other, all other households will have only 4.9 and just 5% of the total. The rest of the, let's say, 80% will also have about 4 government jobs. When it comes to the question of leave the government within the public sector, if you look at the scheduled caste households having a public sector job, it could be railways or others, it's 0.17%. And when it comes to the question of private sector jobs by scheduled caste, this counts all cadres from class 4 to that of, let's say, class 1. Most of the jobs are, let's say, lower level kinds of jobs. That's why you have a figure called 0.45% of scheduled caste households also have private sector jobs. Naturally, they would employ them as all kinds of lower grade kind of work. Well, when we turn to that, this is one side of the story, which is the social dimension. If you look at the economic dimension, what has this so-called LPG or neoliberalism has done? Right from 1980s, when it comes to the question of, let's say, distribution in terms of whether it's income or wealth, you find that if you classify all the households into that of 3 groups, top 10%, I think my time, I shouldn't have opened this numbers game. Well, I'm trying to suggest, I'll just close it. See, look at, as an example, bottom 50% of the poor households, at least up to that of 1990s, had 24% of the total, what could be called as income generated. 50% had 24%, at least up to the middle of 1980s. Come the neoliberalism, the present situation, their 24%, the 50% lower income groups, their share has come down to under 15%. But of course, I don't have to bring to your notice what is happening at the top level. Of the total income generated presently, I think you could look at, let's say, this one way of looking at it is, what would be the share of, let's say, top 10% in every 1 rupee of income, national income generated, the top 10% gets 66%. 66%, that's the top richest people. When at the bottom 50% get 11%. The rest is the middle, let's say 24% or so. So therefore, no, this is the share of the bottom is shrinking and the share of the top is increasing. Naturally, it gets reflected in wealth. The richest 1% when it comes to wealth, not of income. Richest 1% enjoy 41% of total national wealth. I mean, that's the kind of, let's say, disparity. Where at the bottom 50% would end up, let's say, less than 11%. I mean, it is a mind-boggling kind of thing when it comes to the question of how do you implement through that of your legislative measures. The income tax of corporate sector is reduced, and in fact, the Minister of State for Finance in Parliament for a question gave an answer during 21, it's within a matter of 4 years, 21, 20, 24, when they reduced corporate income tax from 30% to 22%, 99,000 crores of income to the government is lost. That's one example. And there is, I think, at that rate, if you don't get income from the sources, that means the whole thing has gone topsy-turvy. Earlier, the corporate sources of taxes were more than that of private taxes, I mean, private individual income taxes. That 60% corporate tax has come down to 40%, and the other portion of 60% is now paid by the private individuals. All of us pay income tax. Sum total of that is 60%, whereas the richest corporations end up paying only 40% of the total direct taxes. And that's why they are emphasizing more on now GST, because the indirect tax everybody pays. Even as people who buys a cigarette or let's say BD pays for it. This is how the whole burden is shifting. Therefore, what is happening is, coming back to where they started, they are not saying that they would, let's say, bring in an alternative constitution. They may be talk. They are hollowing it out. Your constitution is made hollow. I just mentioned a joke, or let's say it's a reality, to describe the Indian constitution, how these people are making it. Arundhati Roy told us a story. It's a very interesting story. It appears when she was going to school, one of the old lady in the Kerala, somewhere she lived, she was growing carrots. Every time the children would see that if the lady is not there, I would like to take a carrot. I mean that she would be watching. But I think sometimes they would get a chance that lady has gone in. They go pick up the carrot, take the bottom, and plant the, let's say, that leaf structure. You cut the bottom, you eat it, and then put it there. The old lady was happy that the plant is not disturbed. But that is our constitution. They are just cutting the carrots and showing us that they are not disturbing your constitution. That's what, in both ways, either this is in terms of neoliberalism, which is worse. I think if you don't get rid of it, our fight is not only with Hindutva, it's much more with that of the economic situation. You have to get out of this neoliberalism. if we have to get back what we have achieved through that of, let's say, the great man Ambedkar.
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर साहब, आपने पूरा सिनेरियो इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस का दिया। सॉरी समय के अभाव में आपको बीच में रोकना पड़ा। इस सारी परिस्थितियों के बावजूद हम लोगों को आगे बढ़ना है। जिस तरह की चुनौतियां हैं हमें ही लड़ना पड़ेगा अपने हकों के लिए। अगले वक्ता हमारे आदरणीय साथी राम कुमार जी हैं, जो नेशनल दलित राइट्स मूवमेंट्स लैंड राइट्स मूवमेंट्स के लीडर रहे हैं। और सभी वक्ताओं से गुजारिश है कि समय को ध्यान में रखते हुए 10-10 मिनट का समय है, तो काइंडली समय का ध्यान रखें। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी, और मंच पर बैठे हुए हमारे वक्तागण और सामने बैठे हुए हमारे विद्वान श्रोतागण। हम सुबह से काफ़ी संविधान और उसके ऊपर साथियों ने अपनी बात और बारीकी से अपनी बात को कहा है। मैं इस पक्ष को थोड़ा दूसरे तरीके से भी देखने के लिए बात, जिसको सुबह के सत्र में प्रोफेसर साहब ने छेड़ा था कि संविधान के सामने जो चुनौती आ रही है इसको कैसे देखते हैं, और इसके लिए क्या कि संविधान के अंदर जो दिया गया, संविधान को जो कर रहे हैं वो तो सब स्थिति हम लोगों को दिख ही रही है, लेकिन जो चुनौती खड़ी हुई, इस चुनौती से कैसे निपटना है, इसको कैसे करना है, इसके ऊपर हमारी क्या रणनीति होनी चाहिए, वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट टास्क है। मुझे लगता है उसके ऊपर भी हम लोगों को कुछ रणनीति और स्ट्रेटजी बनानी चाहिए। जैसे अभी हम देखते हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में, अब सुखदेव जी ने जमीन की बात कही, राज्य पूरी तरीके से जितने भी जंगल में रह रहे आदिवासी, सदियों से रह रहे आदिवासी, सबको निकालना शुरू कर दिया है और सबको सब रिजर्व नेशनल पार्क बना करके और सबको बोला सब लोग बाहर निकलो। जो कभी बाहर रहे ही नहीं जंगल से, उनको जंगल से बाहर निकालने की नोटिसें और पुलिस के जरिए, और आजकल हमारा प्रदेश बुलडोजर राज का प्रतीक है कि जहाँ कुछ न चल रहा वहाँ बुलडोजर भेज दो। बुलडोजर के आगे कोई कानून नहीं चलता है। बुलडोजर अपना कानून खुद ही जो है बनाता है, खुद ही अपना चलाता है। दूसरा, सदियों से रह रहे लोग जो गांव में रह रहे, मतलब शहरों में की बस्तियां तो छोड़िए, जो गांव और कस्बों में जो लोग रह रहे हैं, कि जितनी भी ग्राम सभा की जमीनें हैं, जितनी भी मतलब जो है जितनी भी सरकारी जो भी जमीन है, सब जमीन खाली कराई जाए। सैकड़ों सालों से दलित सरकारी जमीन पे ही रह रहे हैं, क्योंकि गांव तो आज तक गांव जो रेवेन्यू विलेज कहा जाता है उसमें कोई पट्टा होता ही नहीं, वो सरकारी सब गवर्नमेंट की जमीनें होती है, सिर्फ उसमें आवासी लिखा जाता है। गांव की किसी भी जमीन का, भारतवर्ष के किसी भी गांव की जमीन का रजिस्ट्री नहीं हो सकता, तो सारी सरकारी जमीन है। और वहां पर जाकर के बुलडोजर चालू, ये तालाब था, यहाँ पर तालाब की जमीन हो गई, यहाँ पर इस तरीके की जमीन हो गई, तो एक तरफा बुलडोजर राज वहां पर जो है दलितों के खिलाफ मतलब बुलडोजर राज चलाया जा रहा है। दूसरा, हमारे अभी साथी पहले बोल ही रहे थे कि स्कूलों के अंदर, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 30,000 स्कूल, जो प्राइमरी स्कूल और जूनियर स्कूल, 30,000 स्कूल बंद कर दिए गए हैं। और उसमें तर्क ये दिया गया जिसमें 50 से कम बच्चे हैं, ऐसे स्कूलों को बंद कर दिया जाए, वो स्कूलों को बंद कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि उसमें घाटा है। अब 50 से कम स्कूल, जिन स्कूलों में बच्चे हैं, आज की तारीख में सरकारी स्कूलों में जो बच्चे जा रहे हैं वो किसी टाटा बिरला के तो बच्चे जाते नहीं है, सारे दलित परिवारों के बच्चे या अति पिछड़े और माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे ही जाते हैं। ऐसी सूरत में अगर एक स्कूल में 30-35 बच्चे भी मान लीजिए, तो कम से कम लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर शुरू होते ही बर्बाद करने का पूरा उन्होंने इंतजाम कर दिया है। और ये सारी जो है गवर्नमेंट वापस ले रही है, और इनका गवर्नमेंट अपने तरीके से वो जो कमर्शियल यूज या जिस तरीके का यूज करेगी उस तरीके से करेगी। शहरों के जितने भी स्कूल थे वो सारे स्कूल लगभग उन्होंने कैप्चर अपने कब्जे में ले लिए और गांव के स्कूल भी उन्होंने खाली कर दिए और बोला 3 किलोमीटर के दायरे में एक मतलब जो है वो क्या स्कूल बनाया जाएगा, मॉडर्न, वो एक शब्द इस्तेमाल किया है उन्होंने, कंपोजिट विद्यालय बनाया जाएगा 3 किलोमीटर के दायरे में। अब कोई प्राइमरी का बच्चा 3 किलोमीटर गांव में पैदल चल के कैसे जाएगा, बरसात हो, सर्दी हो, धूप हो, वो कैसे जाएगा और कैसे आएगा। वो जो गांव, हर गांव विद्यालय बने थे वो सब विद्यालयों को उन्होंने करना शुरू किया। इसी तरीके से जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, जो जितने भी डिग्री कॉलेज हैं, वो जो कोरोना के टाइम हमारे मोदी जी ने ही कर दिया था और योगी जी ने उसको और कर दिया कि जो बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप मिलती थी 60-40 का, उसके चक्कर में कि 60% गवर्नमेंट केंद्र देगा, 40 स्टेट को देना पड़ेगा, तो 60% स्टेट देता है, राज्य बोलता हमारे पास पैसा नहीं बचा, सारा पैसा केंद्र के पास होता कि हम तो केंद्र के ऊपर निर्भर है। इस चक्कर में जितने भी प्राइवेट स्कूल हैं, जिन स्कूलों में हमारे बच्चों के 0 फीस पे एडमिशन हो जाते थे, सारे स्कूलों ने 0 फीस पे एडमिशन करने बंद कर दिए। सारे जो भी बीएड करते थे, मतलब जो जितने भी टेक्निकल कोर्सेज थे, सारे टेक्निकल कोर्सेज में लाखों लाख बच्चे एजुकेशन सिस्टम से इन्होंने आउट कर दिए। तो एक तरफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हमें शिक्षा की गारंटी देता है, रोजगार की गारंटी देता है, हमें स्वाभिमान से जीवन जीने का अधिकार देता है, दूसरी तरफ राज्य हमारा ये करता जा रहा है, राज्य इस तरीके के काम कर रहा है। और अब जो है हमारे यहाँ दूसरा, पहले हिंदुत्व की बात चली थी कि हम सब हिंदू हैं, अब हिंदुत्व से सनातन पे आ गए हैं और सनातन पे हमारे प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री ज्यादा ही आगे चल रहा है। वो तो त्रेता युग पे आ गया है कि हमें त्रेता युग की स्थापना करना है। अब वो त्रेता युग की स्थापना करने में जुटा है। अब ये त्रेता युग की स्थापना और ये इसमें स्थापने में संविधान का कोई क्या मतलब है? वहां पर संविधान की क्या बात है भाई? हिंदू पहले हिंदू करके सबको इकट्ठा किया, अब जब हिंदू इकट्ठा हो गए तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो है अब हिंदुओं में जो है अब सनातन धर्म को लाया जाए। अब सनातन धर्म, जब सनातन धर्म का मतलब मनुस्मृति के आधार पर कानून चलेगा। अब वो हमारे यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सीधे तौर पे कहा जा रहा कि ये सनातन धर्म के जो स्थापना में जो आड़े आ रहे हैं, वो ये जो है ये जो जय भीम वाले हैं, ये आड़े आ रहे हैं, इसलिए जय भीम वालों को सबक सिखाया जाए। अब हमारे यहाँ प्रदेश में जय भीम वालों को सबक सिखाने का काम चालू हो गया है। तो दलितों के ऊपर, जय भीम वाले कौन है? वो दलित ही ज्यादा हैं, तो दलितों के ऊपर एक तरफा मारपीट शुरू कर दी गई है। जहाँ कहीं भी कोई रेजिस्टेंस कर रहा है या किसी ने वीडियो डाल दिया, किसी ने कोई कमेंट कर दिया, उसके घरों पे हमले, उसके साथ उसको जिंदा जला के मार देना, उसको सड़क पे कहीं मिल जाए बाल घुटवा के उसको जो है जुलूस निकालना, ये दलितों के साथ उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया। तो हमारा प्रदेश तो आने वाले दिनों में अगर ये हमारे योगी जी का ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो साल 2 साल में जाति युद्ध की तरफ बहुत जल्दी जो है जा रहा है। तो ऐसी सूरत में ये जो चुनौतियां, ये जो स्थिति बनी हुई है कि एक तरफ हम संविधान और संविधान में दिए गए जो अधिकार हैं, राइट्स हैं, उनकी बात कर रहे हैं और उनको कैसे लिया जाए उसकी बात कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ संविधान के बियॉन्ड जो प्रैक्टिस स्टेट कर रहा है, क्योंकि मतलब जो है ये जो स्टेट का जो है चैप्टर है, तो स्टेट किस तरीके से कोई भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यू उसके लिए माने नहीं रखता है। कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया कि इस पुलिस वाले के खिलाफ FIR दर्ज किया जाए, वो जज का ही ट्रांसफर कर दिया कि तुमने आदेश कैसे दे दिया। अब जब इस तरीके से जो है काम हो रहा हो तो वहां पर किस तरीके से आप रूल ऑफ लॉ की बात करेंगे, रूल ऑफ लॉ कैसे लागू करेंगे। एक हमारे लखनऊ में 14 साल के बच्चे ने सोशल मीडिया में सवाल करने शुरू किए, उसके खिलाफ मुकदमा कायम कर दिया। वो बोला कि ये देशद्रोही है, ये क्योंकि वो सही बातें पूछना शुरू कर दिया, सही सवाल उसने उठाना शुरू कर दिया, उसको उठा के ले गए, उसके बड़े भाई को रात भर थाने में बिठा के रखा, फिर चारों तरफ से दबाव पड़ा, तो 14 साल का उसके ऊपर कोई मुकदमा कायम नहीं हो सकता किसने की, तो बड़े भाई के ऊपर मुकदमा कायम करके उसकी जमानत करवाई। कि भाई चलो इसके ऊपर नहीं हो सकता तो इसके ऊपर किया जाए, तो वो उसके बदले बड़े भाई के ऊपर मुकदमा कर दिया। तो इस तरीके से तो राज्य हमारा जो है काम कर रहा है। तो ये जो चिंताएं हैं, ये जो हो रहा है एक्चुअल में, इसमें हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को देखते हुए दूसरी तरफ SC/ST सब प्लान को लेकर के मतलब जो है हम लोग जो कैंपेन चला रहे थे, जो किया, तब जो है लक्ष्मैया जी भी गए, बैठे हुए यहाँ पर मिनिस्टर से भी मिले, बातचीत किया। आपने भी मंत्री को कहा कि मंत्री से रोज सिफारिश लगाई, बातचीत हुई, 3-4 बार गए, खूब बातचीत किया। और बातचीत करने में मतलब कोई भी कमी नहीं छोड़ा उन्होंने, बातचीत करने, चाय पिलाने में कमी नहीं छोड़ा। आखिरी में हम लोग पूछा होगा कैसे ये बताइए, तो उन्होंने कहा इतना मीडिया से दबाव बनवा दो हमारे ऊपर और इतना असेंबली के अंदर क्वेश्चन पूछवा दो कि हम मजबूर हो जाए इसको करने के लिए, तभी हम कर सकते हैं। तो हमने भाई यही कराना होता तो भाई आपके पास से 12 लेके क्यों आते, हम पहले कर लेते। तो कल उसके पहले बस का नहीं है मेरे, तो हमने चलिए कोई बात नहीं, खत्म हो गई बात। तो जब राज्य जो कर सकता है वही करने से बिल्कुल इनकार कर रहा है कि मेरी कुर्सी पे जब खतरा आने लग जाए तब हम कानूनी पे काम करेंगे, उसके पहले हम कर नहीं सकते। मतलब इस तरीके की बात जब कर रहे हो मिनिस्टर, तो आप उससे उम्मीद क्या कर सकते हैं, उस राज्य में उम्मीद क्या कर सकते हैं। तो हमारे मतलब ये मतलब जो क्रिटिकल ऑब्जर्वेशन जो पूरा संविधान के जो द्वारा दिए गए अधिकार, अब गांव में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट की बात करो, गांव में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट के नाम पे सबसे पहले दलित निकल करके आते हैं, दलितों के बाद फिर माइनॉरिटी के लोग निकल के आते हैं, माइनॉरिटी के बाद कुछ पिछड़े निकल करके आते हैं, पूरे पिछड़े भी वर्ग भी निकल के इसमें नहीं आता है। अपर कास्ट बोलता हमें संविधान से क्या मतलब, एक ही गांव के अंदर वो नहीं आता है, वो बोला हम तो संविधान को चाहते ही नहीं है। तो गांव के अंदर डीप रूटेड, जितनी हम संविधान की रक्षा की और संविधान की उसकी बात कर रहे, उतने ही डीप रूटेड गांव के अंदर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बढ़ने लग गया कि संविधान को हमें मतलब जो है अपर कास्ट पूरी तरीके से इस संविधान के खिलाफ खड़ा हुआ है। गांव का जो ब्राह्मण तबका, राजपूत तबका उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर तो खुल करके संविधान के खिलाफ बोलता है, और संविधान बोलता है कि संविधान के जरिए ही इनकी बातें बर्दाश्त करनी पड़ रही है, वरना अब तक हम सब ठीक कर देते। तो वो जो है इस तरीके की जो स्थिति बनी हुई है। दूसरी तरफ हमारे लोगों का एक होप है, आशा है कि भाई इसी संविधान के जरिए हमको बोलने का, खड़े होने का, लड़ने का जो अधिकार मिला है, तो चाहे जो कुछ हो जाए अल्टीमेटली लड़ाई हमें संविधान को बचाने और संविधान की उसकी लड़ेंगे। अब वो ऐसी सूरत में आगे की क्या लड़ाई और क्या दिशा निर्देश और किस तरीके का मतलब समाज बनने जा रहा है, उसमें हमारा रोल क्या होगा, हम कहाँ खड़े होंगे, किस तरीके के सोसाइटी का निर्माण एक तरफ जो पूरा करने की शुरू कर दिया गया है, और हम एक जो जिस तरीके की सोसाइटी बनाना चाहते हैं, जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं कि मतलब जो है समता, समानता, बंधुत्व की जो समाज बनाना चाहते हैं, वह समाज कैसे बनेगा, इसके लिए हमें लगता कि संविधान के साथ साथ हमें आगे दूसरे एक्शन या कैसे करना चाहिए, क्या हमारी रणनीति और क्या स्ट्रेटजी होनी चाहिए, इस पर भी हम लोगों को बात करनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद साथी राम कुमार जी। बिल्कुल हम सारी इन चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आगे की रणनीति मिलकर के बनाएंगे और हम बढ़ेंगे आगे। अगले वक्ता हैं हमारे प्रोफेसर टी.आर. रंगनाथन।
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Laxmaiah sir, for providing this opportunity. So, the directive principles, so 38 I looked at, it kind of says certain things. It says the state shall in particular strive to minimize the inequalities in income and endeavor to eliminate inequalities in status, facilities and opportunities, not only amongst individuals but also amongst groups of people residing in different areas or engaged in different occasions. And 46 जब जाएंगे वहाँ पे बोल रहा है the state shall promote with special care the educational and economic interests of the weaker sections of the people and in particular of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes and shall protect them from social injustice and all forms of exploitation. मतलब ये डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स का ज़्यादातर देखेंगे बेसिकली वो ये कहना चाह रहा है कि इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ाया जाए और पर्टिकुलरली वीकर सेक्शन के लिए इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ाने की तरफ स्टेट काम करे. तो स्टेट का मकसद ये होना चाहिए कि जो वीकर सेक्शन है उनके अपॉर्चुनिटीज को बढ़ाने का. तो अगर अभी जो हो रहे हैं उन सिचुएशन को अगर हम पढ़ेंगे एज ए इकोनॉमिस्ट इकोनॉमिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखूंगा. सो एक चीज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज दैट economic opportunities are generally coming down. There has been very less formal sector jobs. Professor Narsim Reddy भी बता रहे थे कि formal sector jobs government हो private हो सभी काफ़ी कम हो रहे हैं. अनइनफॉर्मलाइज इकोनॉमी है, ज़्यादातर इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी है. और पहले जो खेती में जिस तरह के प्रॉफिट होते थे वो भी नहीं हो रहे हैं. तो फिर पूरा इकोनॉमी एक फेल्ड इकोनॉमी बोला जा सकता. एंड इस फेल्ड इकोनॉमी में सब लोग ज़्यादातर लोग स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं. पहले कम से कम जो लोग जमींदार करके बहुत ज़्यादा घूम सकते थे उनमें भी कुछ लोग में अभी खेती से इतना कोई अच्छा फायदा नहीं हो रहा है. एटलीस्ट साउथ इंडिया के किसान में तो ऐसे कोई इतना कोई प्रॉफिट नहीं हो. और तो फिर उनका अभी जो है डिमांड्स रहा है कि ये जो छोटे मोटे उनका जो भी फॉर्मल सेक्टर जॉब्स है और एजुकेशन में जो भी काम है उनमें उनके लिए भी डिमांड बढ़ते जा रहा है. अभी उनको भी एजुकेशन में रिजर्वेशन चाहिए, उनको भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट में रिजर्वेशन चाहिए. तो फिर ये स्टेट डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स रख के वीकर सेक्शंस के अपॉर्चुनिटी को बढ़ाए बगैर स्टेट क्या कर रहा है, किसके अपॉर्चुनिटीज को बढ़ा रहा है, इस तरह के अपर कास्ट जो है उनके अपॉर्चुनिटीज को बढ़ाने के लिए काफी सारे चीजें कर रहा है. तो इन्होंने नया वीकर सेक्शन डेफिनेशन को ब्रॉडन कर दिया और इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन करके एक कॉन्सेप्ट लाया है जिससे बेसिकली इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी शेड्यूल कास्ट और शेड्यूल ट्राइब और ओबीसी के कम हो रहे हैं. और जो अपर कास्ट में वो भी 8 लाख तक एनुअल इनकम है उनका अपॉर्चुनिटीज को बढ़ाया जा रहा है. और जो प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट्स करके कहा जाता है केरला और तमिलनाडु, वो ये सब मामले में और भी ज्यादा है. अगर केरला के स्टेट में सिर्फ 8 लाख से कम कमा रहे वो इकोनॉमिकली वीकर नहीं है. केरला ने नया एक एसेट क्राइटेरिया भी डाला. उसके हिसाब से आपके पास अगर 50 सेंट लैंड नहीं होगा तो भी आप इकोनॉमिकली वीकर है. अगर किसी के पास 40 सेंट जमीन होगा त्रिवेंद्रम जैसे सिटी में और आपके पास 7.5 लाख इनकम है तो आप भी इकोनॉमिकली वीकर है. तो मतलब स्टेट जो है वीकर सेक्शन का डेफिनेशन को ब्रॉडन किया जा रहा है. इससे कहा जा रहा है कि इससे दे आर नॉट बेनिफिटिंग. ये जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल है वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज वीकर सेक्शन के लिए बढ़ाने के लिए कहा तो स्टेट जो है कौन वीकर सेक्शन है उसका डेफिनेशन को बदलते जा रहा है. एक केरला में ऐसा हो रहा है, तमिलनाडु भी बोला जाता है बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट है. अब तमिलनाडु में कुछ स्कीम्स लाए जा रहे हैं जिसका नाम है फर्स्ट जनरेशन ग्रेजुएट स्कीम. जैसे आप सुनेंगे फर्स्ट जनरेशन ग्रेजुएशन स्कीम, ये अच्छा स्कीम लग रहा है. और बट उसमें है कि फर्स्ट जनरेशन ग्रेजुएट कोई भी कास्ट का हो उसके लिए फी वेवर होगा. अब ये सोचिए कोई लैंडलॉर्ड हो जिसके पास 30 एकड़ का जमीन हो और 12वीं तक पेरेंट्स पढ़े हैं और उनके पास एक बिजनेस भी है और काफी ऐसे है बट उनका बेटा को जो है अगर वो बिकॉज उन्होंने ग्रेजुएशन नहीं किया उनका बेटे को जो है फी वेवर मिलेगा. तो ये जो वीकर सेक्शन जो है डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ने बोला वीकर सेक्शन के अपॉर्चुनिटीज को बढ़ाओ. तो स्टेट क्या कह रहा है, वीकर सेक्शन कौन है उस डेफिनेशन को किलवाट करके कौन वीकर सेक्शन है उसको ब्रॉड करते जा रहे हैं। और इसमें जो प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट्स करके बोला जाता है और जिनके प्रोग्रेसिव पार्टीज बोला जाता है उनका भी जो है यही एटीट्यूड रहा है। इस वजह से जो अनरिजर्व्ड सीट्स थे उनमें भी अभी ये पॉलिटिकल कंसिडरेशंस के वजह से डिफरेंट लोगों को अपॉर्चुनिटीज दिया जा रहा है, जिसके वजह से एक्चुअली जो वीकर सेक्शन है उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम हुआ जाए। ये एक पॉइंट मैं बताना चाहूँगा। और दूसरी पॉइंट जो बताना है, सो बेसिक ये है कि जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल से इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी देखेंगे, पॉलिटिकल कंसिडरेशंस हैव चेंज्ड, वाइडन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ वीकर सेक्शन। दूसरा जो हो रहा है वो है कल्चरली जो हो रहा है। स्टेट जो है ये तो बात हमें पता ही है कि स्टेट कुछ रिलीजन्स की तरफ हेट्रेड जता रहा है, बट साथ ही साथ कुछ रिलीजन को ग्लोरीफाई किया जा रहा है। जिस तरह से सर ने बोला कि त्रेता युग, सनातन युग, ये सब किया जा रहा है। अब ये सब जब कर रहा है उस कंटेक्स्ट में हिंदुइज्म को क्रिटिसाइज करना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। और हिंदुइज्म का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्या है? मनु का मूर्खता ही है हिंदुइज्म कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। और मनु का मूर्खता क्या कहता है? किसको अपॉर्चुनिटी को रोकता है? मनु का मूर्खता दलित और औरतों का अपॉर्चुनिटी कम करता है। ये डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल में इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज विमेन को भी बोला जाता है ना, तो विमेन का अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम करना ही हिंदुइज्म है। मनुवाद मतलब, हिंदुइज्म मतलब वही है कि विमेन को अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम करो। तो मनुवाद को क्रिटिसाइज करना अभी बहुत दिक्कत हो गया। अगर अंबेडकर को देखेंगे, उन्होंने तो मनु को काफी क्रिटिसाइज किया है, उनके जितना क्रिटिसाइज करना किसी के लिए संभावित नहीं है। कोई एक भी पॉलिटिकल लीडर तब से लेकर अब तक अंबेडकर को छोड़ के किसी ने मनु को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं किया। किसी और ने आके जितना अंबेडकर ने बोला उसके अगर 10% भी क्रिटिसाइज कर देगा बहुत बड़ा होगा। वो तो पहले की बात था। अभी का जो माहौल हो रहा है उसमें और भी दिक्कत हो रहा है। अब मनु के बारे में जब अंबेडकर लिख रहे हैं, रामा के बारे में लिख रहे हैं, जिनके बारे में अभी क्रिटिकल होना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा, बट उस टाइम में अंबेडकर लिख रहे हैं Sita is brought to Rama to believe. Sita is brought to Rama, and what does Rama say to Sita when he sees her? ठीक है, मतलब वो वहां पे गए हैं, सीता राम के पास आ रहे हैं, तो राम क्या कह रहे हैं? ये बोल रहा है, I have got you as a prize in a war. After conquering my enemy, your captor. मैं आपको एक प्राइज की तरफ पाया हूँ बिकॉज मैं एक युद्ध जीता हूँ। आई हैव रिकवर्ड माई ऑनर एंड पनिश्ड माई एनिमी। पीपल हैव विटनेस्ड बाई मिलिट्री प्रोवेस एंड आई एम ग्लैड दैट माई लेबर्स हैव बीन रिवॉर्डेड। वो बस इसलिए खुश है कि मैं युद्ध जीत गया और मेरा मान मर्यादा बच गया। आई केम हियर टू किल रावणा एंड वॉश ऑफ द डिसऑनर। आई डिड नॉट टेक दिस ट्रबल फॉर योर सेक। मैं आया रावण को मारने के लिए, मैं तुम्हारे लिए नहीं आया। यही कह रहे हैं, ये बस लिखा हुआ रामायण से अंबेडकर लिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, अंबेडकर ने खुद नहीं लिखा। और आगे ये भी कह रहे, आई सस्पेक्ट योर कंडक्ट, यू मस्ट हैव बीन स्पॉइल्ड बाय रावणा, योर वेरी साइट इज रिवोल्टिंग टू मी, ओ यू डॉटर ऑफ जतका, आई अलाउ यू टू गो एनीवेयर यू लाइक, आई हैव नथिंग टू डू विथ यू, आई कॉन्कर्ड यू बैक and I am content for what was my object. I cannot think that Ravana would have failed to enjoy a woman as beautiful as you are. बोल रहे हैं कि अभी तो हमें आप पे शक है, हम तो लगता नहीं है कि रावण और आप सही रहे होंगे। यही चीज आके वो कह रहे, पहली बार जब मिल रहे 10 महीने बाद आके जब मिल रहे हैं यही बात कह रहे। वाल्मीकि रामायण का बात अंबेडकर लिख रहे हैं, हमने कुछ नहीं लिखा, ना अंबेडकर ने कुछ लिखा। अब ऐसे कोई लिख रहा है, उसको अगर हम भगवान मानेंगे और उसको हम क्रिटिकल नहीं होंगे, तो फिर हमारे घर में से जो घर में औरत है उनको कहाँ बाहर भेजेंगे, उनको किस तरह से हम ट्रीट करेंगे? तो हिंदुइज्म का बात ये नहीं है कि हिंदुइज्म में इतने हिंदू लोग हैं उतने मुस्लिम लोग, ये नहीं है। जो भी हिंदुइज्म के पास जाएगा वो इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज विमेन को नहीं देगा। और जितना जितना हिंदुइज्म तो दूर रहेंगे तभी विमेन को इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज होगा। जब कल्चरली स्टेट जो है बोलेगा कि हिंदुइज्म सबसे बड़ा त्रेता युग सबसे बड़ी चीज है, मतलब है कि, और ये डेटा भी यही दिखा रहा है, काफी सालों से विमेन का लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन कम होते जा रहा है। विमेन ज्यादा घर में रह रहे हैं, काम कम कर रहे हैं, तो उनका अपॉर्चुनिटीज अगर बदलना है तो स्टेट जब कल्चरली ये करता है, हमें जो है हिंदू ना हुए रहना बहुत बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और उसके लिए भी हमें अम्बेडकर को पढ़ना होगा। हम पहले तो 2 पॉइंट था, एक जो वीकर सेक्शन को स्टेट ब्रॉड करता है उस पर तो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, स्टेट कर रहे हैं, हम थोड़ा रेजिस्ट कर सकते हैं। पर दूसरा बात जो है, स्टेट जब हिंदुइज्म को ग्लोरीफाई करता है और रामा कृष्णा मुर्गा पुर्गा सबको, किसी को भी अगर वो ग्लोरीफाई करे, हमें सवाल करना चाहिए कि ये सब भगवान क्या करते थे और इनको क्यों हमें मानना है। केरला के स्टेट देख लीजिए, इतना पेट्रियार्कल स्टेट कोई है नहीं। अभी एक लड़की ने कंप्लेंट किया, एक आदमी ने मोलेस्ट किया करके, वो आदमी जाके सुसाइड किया तो उस लड़की को अरेस्ट कर दिया। और कोई स्टेट में ऐसा नहीं होगा कि किसी ने कंप्लेंट किया उसको जाके पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया। तो ये जो स्टेट्स जो प्रोग्रेसिव करके स्टेट्स बोल रहे हैं, उनका पेट्रियार्की इतना ज्यादा है। एक एक्ट्रेस था जिनके साथ जो इशू हुआ, वो एक्टर को रिलीज किया तो पूरा स्टेट सेलिब्रेट किया, और उसके साथ जो कंट्री का, वो स्टेट का जो सबसे बड़ा एक्टर है, वो जाके उसके साथ एक और पिक्चर करता है। तो केरला, तमिलनाडु सब बाहर ऊपर से इकोनॉमिकली थोड़ा आगे है, तो वहाँ पे हिंदुइज्म का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये समझे नहीं। हम वहाँ पे भी रेसिस्ट करना है, हिंदुइज्म को रेसिस्ट करना है, और उनके प्रॉब्लम्स को भी हमें समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। शायद कम ही लोग आए हैं हम केरला तमिलनाडु से, तो हमने सोचा ये पॉइंट्स रेज करें। तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी, आई वेलकम।
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर तियागु रंगनाथन। आपने तमिलनाडु और केरल का पर्सपेक्टिव दिया, किस तरह का स्थिति है दलितों का, महिलाओं का, और ये जो चल रहा है धर्म के नाम पर लोगों को बांटने का, वो खतरा पूरे देश में ही है। तो हमारे अंतिम वक्ता हैं डॉक्टर बेना विजय कुमार। बेना,
good evening everyone. I will keep it very short. So the topic is directive principles of state policy. When discussing about state policy, we have to understand what do we mean by state policy under the neoliberal regime. Now, neoliberalism seeks to reduce state intervention, reduce the scope of the state. What it calls as night watchman state, or India we call it Chaukidar state. So in this goal, right, there are certain goals that we intend to achieve, and in order to achieve these things, which were written in in order to achieve these goals, the intended policy, fiscal policy at least, was supposed to be progressive. But however, when we are working in a neoliberal regime, the fiscal policy is not at all progressive, but it's rather regressive, as mentioned by DNR. Right? Under these, when a state becomes rather regressive, the state itself reduces its own intervention. State also loses its memory to work, meaning any progressive state must remember that it has to, the only way it can act, it can progress, is to learn by acting or learn by doing, right? When much of the policies are either privatized, then there is memory, or there is certain aspects which the public sector starts to permanently lose. So one example would be Karnataka government a few years ago, they gave a project to Boston Consultancy Group. The idea was to rationalize expenditure, right? So whenever any government tries to bring out a policy in the name of, when any economist says rationalizing expenditure, it simply means cutting down welfare, right? Telangana government also does the same thing. We Deloitte, KPMG. Union government finance ministry also does a lot of work which gives it contracts, even though it has a substantial public sector research institutes. It starts to give these projects to Deloitte, KPMG, and EY, Ernst & Young. what happens in this process is that when these companies start to produce policy reports, right? Policy reports for the state, much of the policies that these companies have released are not transparent. They are not in the public domain, firstly. Very few have come out, right? And secondly, when we say the role of the state has to be reduced, the people who gain from this are the private players or the capitalists, big capitalists mainly, right? So two things are happening. Big capitalists are gaining on one hand. Second thing, they are also setting the agenda, right? And the third aspect is that state starts to lose, like I keep on repeating, state starts to lose its memory of doing certain works, learning by doing. Whether it can be managing an education institution or managing an education department or irrigation department, anything it can be. This is where, when we have to look into the progressive agenda of DPSPs, we must also, along with economic rights, social rights and political rights, we must remember fiscal rights. Fiscal rights relating to public finance, how the state has to divert its expenditures towards social policies and so on. That's all. Thank you.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर बेना विजय कुमार जी। तमाम पैनलिस्ट ने जो बात रखी, सुझाव के तौर पे मेरा सुझाव ये रहेगा कि जो तमाम जो मुद्दे आए हैं कि जिस तरह का सिनेरियो आज के दौर में है पूरे देश में, जो प्रोफेसर रेड्डी ने शुरुआत में बात करी कि ये जो पूरा ग्लोबलाइजेशन प्राइवेटाइजेशन के दौर में ये एक पर्सपेक्टिव है। लक्ष्मैया जी ने जो तमाम तरह के जो एकेडमिशियन हैं और जो दूसरे लोग हैं कि क्या चल रहा है, परंतु हमारा सुझाव के तौर पे रहेगा कि हमारे मुद्दे केंद्र में रहें, हमारी लड़ाई वो केंद्र में रहनी पड़ेगी हमारे समाज के बीच में कि ये जो चल रहा है हम लोगों को बांटा जा रहा है, हमारा लोगों का ध्यान हटाया जा रहा है इन चीजों से जो आर्थिक हिस्सेदारी का मुद्दा है। जमीन की जो लड़ाई है उससे हमारा ध्यान हटाया जा रहा है कि भूमि का समान वितरण नहीं हो पाया 75 सालों में, वो लड़ाई उससे हमारा ध्यान हटाया जा रहा है। तो ये केंद्र में आर्थिक हिस्सेदारी का जो मुद्दा है, जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल बार बार बात कर रहा है कि जो शैक्षणिक और आर्थिक विकास के लिए जो स्कीम्स बनी उसके जो असर पूरे देश में आप देख रहे हैं, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति उपयोजना का, शेड्यूल कास्ट सब प्लान का, उसके लिए कानून बना तेलंगाना में, आंध्रा में, कर्नाटक में, राजस्थान में, उत्तराखंड में 2013 में कानून बन गया, परंतु आज तक रूल नहीं बने। तो ये जो सवाल है आर्थिक हिस्सेदारी का सवाल है, इसको केंद्र में रखना पड़ेगा। जो राम कुमार जी ने कहा कि जमीन की जो लड़ाई है, संसाधनों की जो लड़ाई है, उसका समान वितरण की लड़ाई है, वो केंद्र में रखनी पड़ेगी। उसके साथ साथ अपने समाज को भी जागरूक करना पड़ेगा कि निजीकरण का किस तरह का प्रभाव पड़ रहा है। और अभी जो बेना विजय कुमार जी ने कहा कि बहुत से ऐसे प्राइवेट प्लेयर हमारे बीच में आ रहे हैं जो हमारे स्टेट की विकास की नीति को निर्धारित करने के लिए, हिमाचल में भी समृद्ध हिमाचल कौन लोग तय कर रहे हैं? डोलाइट वाले, डोलाइट, वहां भी डोलाइट आया है और आईएसबी के लोग आ रहे हैं, जीआईजेड के लोग आ रहे हैं, जायका के लोग आ रहे हैं। तो ये क्या चल रहा है? वो लोग हमारे विकास की दिशा तय करने वाले लोग। तो ये इसके बारे में भी हम लोगों को अवेयर होना पड़ेगा। परंतु हमारे केंद्र में जो असली हमारी जो लड़ाई आर्थिक हिस्सेदारी की, हमारे जो पढ़ने वाले छात्र छात्रा हैं जिनका स्कॉलरशिप में घोटाला हो रहा है, जिनका स्कॉलरशिप कम किया जा रहा है, केंद्र से पैसा कम किया जा रहा है, वो लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ेगी कि राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी जो है वो शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब डेवलपमेंट फंड एक्ट बनना चाहिए, हमारे राज्यों में बनना चाहिए। लैंड रिफॉर्म का जो अनफिनिश्ड एजेंडा है, उस एजेंडे को भी पूरा करने के लिए मूवमेंट चलाना पड़ेगा राज्यों में भी, केंद्र के स्तर पे भी। और जो पिछले वक्ताओं ने कहा कि अगर प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो रहा है तो रिजर्वेशन इन प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, वो लड़ाई भी साथ में लड़नी पड़ेगी। और एक जो मुद्दा कि एक जो डेमोक्रेटिक स्पेस पंचायत के स्तर पे हमारे साथ है, वो तमाम जो लोग हमारे ग्राम सभा के लोग, जो सारी सरकारें कहती है, प्रधानमंत्री भी कहते हैं कि ग्राम सभा वो गांव की आत्मा है, वो फाउंडेशन है पूरा लोकतंत्र का, उसको सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय के लिए जवाबदेह बनाना पड़ेगा। तो इन सवालों को लेकर के हमें आम जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ेगा। आप लोगों ने आज के सेशन की बात सुनी, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भीम, जय भीम, जय भीम। हाँ, आप आदरणीय लक्ष्मैया जी, हाँ सभी हाँ क्वेश्चन जो भी सवाल हैं तमाम जो हमारे रिस्पेक्टेड पैनलिस्ट से वो आप पूछ सकते हैं। मेरे से भी कोई सवाल है तो मेरे से भी पूछें, कोई स्पष्टीकरण, क्लैरिफिकेशन। थैंक यू। जय भीम।
क्वेश्चन आंसर
और एक अनाउंसमेंट है 6:30 को ऑनलाइन लेक्चर, स्पेशल लेक्चर फ्रॉम यूएस। इसका नाम रोहित डे, प्रोफेसर रोहित डे एंड Professor Sudheer Babu from Nagpur. The two people will speak online. Please stay here, and any issues, total 2 sessions and 1 inaugural. If any doubts or any clarification, if you want to raise the questions, our guests also here, many guests, they can answer to you.
Sir, it will be live stream here. You will show it here.
Online. Is there any questions? No. No, please sit, sir. Sir.
Ready.
Anybody?
Sir, you have to felicitate the chair.
Last session, speakers.
Sir, please come, sir. Please come.
Sir.
Narendra Kumar ji. Sir, Ajay Jagannath ji. Naskar.
Sir.
अरे आ जाइए सर, एक है मगर भूल गए लोग, इधर से आ जाए। और कोई? सर कितने? हेलो उधर जा, जल्दी ले, बनेगा नहीं। Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, that's good to her.
And another two announcements. One is today also we have two sessions and valedictory also. Then 27th we have a meeting. आप जगह जगह से आए ना, वो उसके साथ हम बैठ के पूरा ये सवाल उठा रहे हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स है, कैसा करना क्या करना, एक लेक्चर का सम्मेलन है ये। हम इसके बाद क्या करना है, जाके गांव में हमारे राज्य में क्या स्थिति है, कैसा करना है, कैसा आगे जाना है, इसलिए इसके ऊपर हम डिस्कस करना है। 27th मॉर्निंग टू आफ्टरनून, 27th after lunch we can discuss. Thank you very much. Another thing, anybody can have a गाना वाला है कोई? Rajasthan, Kerala, nobody is there. Ramu, వాళ్ళు రెడీ ఉంటే స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు కదా.
వాళ్ళు ఆన్లైన్
You have to remove this one.
ఇది తీయాలనుకునేది.
आपने गाना गाना
ఎవరు
ఇప్పుడు వీడియో కాల్
ప్రోగ్రాంలోకి వస్తాం సెంటర్ దళిత్
Maybe if possible I'll invite you to my university.